WPMC 2024, the International Conference on Wireless Personal Multimedia Communications. We are delighted to host this prestigious event, bringing together brilliant minds from around the world to explore and discuss the advancements in wireless multimedia communications. By 2025, every second will see nearly 130 new devices connecting to the internet. This explosion of connectivity will rely heavily on advancements in wireless multimedia communications to handle the unprecedented demand for seamless real-time interactions. Imagine a city where your car negotiates traffic lights for you, your fridge orders groceries when you are low, and your doctor monitors your health in real time. All powered by wireless multimedia communications. This is no longer a dream, it is happening now. At the heart of WPMC 2024 lies a theme that resonates with the future of connectivity and innovation, advancing wireless multimedia communications for a smarter world.
In a rapidly evolving digital landscape, the integration of wireless technologies with multimedia applications has become pivotal in shaping industries, societies, and individual lives. From 6G advancements to IoT innovations, and from AI-driven networks to sustainable communication systems, this conference aims to explore the cutting-edge research and groundbreaking ideas that will define the next era of connectivity. As we gather here today, let us embark upon a journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration, laying the foundation for technologies that will connect and empower the world in unprecedented ways.
Sharda University stands as a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and global collaboration, with a vision to empower students and researchers through world-class education. Sharda has consistently fostered an environment of excellence and inclusivity, making it a hub for academic brilliance and cultural unity. As we commence today's event, let us honor the spirit of Sharda University through its Kulgeet, a melody that reflects our shared values, aspirations, and the commitment to enlightenment. I now request everyone to please stand for the Kulgeet. Request the technical team to play the Kulgeet.
हमको प्रगति के द्वार दे, अभिनव गति के द्वार दे। फिर आज तेरे लोक में दीपक जला है ज्ञान का, अनबुझ नवोन्मेष का, नव ज्ञान का, ज्ञान का। हम खोल दे सारी दिशाएं, द्वार नवल प्रकाश के, ऐसा हमारे देश को अविराम तू संचार दे। सर्व विद्या चल रही आलोक के विस्तार में, समाज को गतिमान करके सृजन के व्यवहार में, कल्याण सर्व समाज का सामर्थ्य
everyone. We stand on the brink of a remarkable journey, filled with learning, experience, and enlightenment. It is traditional and symbolic to start such a journey with the lighting of lamp. Just as light removes darkness, knowledge removes ignorance. By invoking this metaphor, we recognize the start of the event as a moment of illumination, where ideas, research, and collaboration will shine brightly, guiding us toward new discoveries and shared understanding. We are being graced today by the presence of eminent researchers and scientists who we enthusiastically invite to kindle the lamp, thereby initiating our collective journey today. I request the dignitaries to proceed for the lamp lighting, please.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा।
Thank you, everyone. Each of our honored guests brings a wealth of knowledge, experience, and vision to this gathering, and their presence truly elevates the significance of this event. Now, it is my privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to take their places on the dais. I invite General Chair of WPMC 2024 and Vice Chancellor Sharda University, Professor Dr. Sibaram Khara, a renowned academician and leader dedicated to fostering research and innovation. Our guest of honor, Shri S.K. Marwaji, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, a distinguished leader in the field of information technology and innovation. I request please to take your seats on the dais. Now I invite founding chairman of WPMC and president of CTIF Global Capsule, Professor Ramji Prasad, a pioneering figure in global wireless communication systems. Honorable Chancellor of Sharda University and Chairman of Sharda Group of Institutions, Shri P.K. Gupta Sir, a visionary leader shaping education and research excellence. Honorable Pro-Chancellor Sir, Sharda University and Vice Chairman of Sharda Group of Institutions, Shri Yatendra Kumar Gupta, a guiding force behind the institution's growth and success. Guest of honor, Dr. Shingo Omori from Communication Research Laboratory, Japan, an eminent figure in global communication research. General Chair of WPMC 2024 and CEO of Smart Avatar BV Netherlands, Dr. Neeli Prasad, a visionary expert in wireless technologies and smart solutions. We are honored to have you all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them all with a big round of applause as they take their places on the dais. I now request the dignitaries on the dais to unveil the proceedings of the conference. May I have the proceedings? सर हाँ प्लीज हाँ सबके सामने ठीक So, unveiling. I request the dignitaries on the dais to unveil the proceedings of the conference. Thank you, sir. Now let us proceed to the felicitation ceremony to honor the distinguished dignitaries who have graced us with their presence. To begin with, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Shri Dilip Krishnaswamy, Director of C. Bangalore. Now I request, sir, to please felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Ramji Prasad. Now I request Dr. Khara to please felicitate our guest of honor, Shri S.K. Marwa. Now I request to felicitate guest of honor, Dr. Shingo Omri. Finally, I request, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Neeli Prasad, General Chair, WPMC 2024. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sibaram Khara, General Chair, WPMC 2024, to address the gathering. Dr. Sibaram Khara is serving as Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sharda University. His industry and teaching experience expands in the wide areas of communication and network engineering. Professor Khara is well reputed for his innovative and teaching pedagogy and techniques which are designed in conformance with Dale Carnegie and Mission 10X concept. His major research interests cover the areas of cluster-based wireless sensor networks, spectrum mobility in cognitive radio systems, call admission control in heterogeneous networks, and career aggregation in LTEA technology. We welcome you, sir, on the dais.
Good morning to all. Today's chief guest, Sri Dilip Krishnaswamy ji, the director of C. Bangalore, Professor Ramji Prasad, he was the founding chair and also president of CTIF, WPMC, and Shingo Omri, the guest of honor, and he was the co-founder along with Professor Ramji Prasad, WPMC, which was established and started in 1998. So this is the 27th editions of WPMC being held. And Dr. Neeli, who has become instrumental in organizing this conference, becoming the general chair of this conference along with me. All the directors, deans, faculty members, dear participants, researchers, students, staffs, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the remarkable day in the history of India that we are organizing a conference is very much in alignment with the mission of the Government of India The theme of the conference was 6G AI Nexus, where technology meets humanities. As you know, that technology should be made for the humanity, society, environment, sustainability of the planet. So theme has been rightly chosen for this conference. And also the 6G has been taken because India has a very great ambition to become leader in 6G implementation. Two major projects, as you know, the India government has undertaken, quantum computing and 6G. India government has given target that in these two domains, at least 10% of the intellectual property should earn by India to make a global impact that India is leading in this area. But if you calculate to earn these 10% of the intellectual property in the worldwide, the number of such achievements in the various forms of the intellectual property with quality to be recognized worldwide. To meet that number, the applications, number of applications we need to produce from different research institutes or research labs or researchers is huge. And if you want to produce the applications for intellectual property to earn these 10% of the global intellectual property in these two domains, then kind of researchers and infrastructures required in India is huge. I'll tell you that India has established recently 50 the Center of Excellence for 6G development, and also invested near about 10,000 crore for quantum computing. Therefore, this conference today will mark the journey of Indian mission as well as the global mission that 6G, when it will be launched, having developed its first version in 2030, and 6 years before, in 2002-04, in collaborations with Japan, NICT, and India, Netherlands, and many more stakeholders worldwide being held in India today, it will really be a remarkable day in the history of 6G technology. I wish all the researchers very best. All the review process have been followed and your research articles has gone through quality check and then it is accepted and you present, and I wish you all the best for this conference and make it a grand success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Siparam Khara, for introducing us with the conference theme. It is now my privilege to introduce Dr. Neeli Prasad, General Chair of WPMC 2024 and CEO of Smart Avatar BV, Netherlands. Dr. Neeli Rashmi Prasad, a renowned serial entrepreneur and disruptive technologist, has over 2 decades of experience driving digital transformation and R&D excellence across global organizations, startups, and government. Currently, CEO of Smart Avatar BV, she is also a professor at Università di Roma Tor Vergata and serves on the IEEE BTS Board of Governors, contributing as treasurer of IEEE Women in Engineering. An early pioneer in the Internet of Things, Dr. Prasad has extensive experience in AI, cybersecurity, digital privacy, wireless sensor networks, and mobility. She has enhanced technologies at industry leaders, including Cisco, Huawei, Nokia Siemens, Nexus. She is a distinguished member of government and cross-continental forums, shaping policies and advancing technological standards. Her accolades include a Laureate Award for Excellence in Radio Engineering from Liverpool Vodafone and significant contributions to seamless mobility and cyber trust solutions, It is with great honor and privilege that I extend our warmest invitation and welcome to Dr. Neeli Prasad to grace us with her illuminating presence and deliver her esteemed address. Ma'am, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words. That was a long resume read there. I was a bit quiet when I heard it, like, okay, I'm getting somewhere. I don't know where I'm getting in my career. So thank you again, and it's nice to see so many people here in this early morning. Well, 10 o'clock, but still it's early, or maybe middle of the night for me in California, and I might go after this to bed. So thank you again, and it is amazing to see all my friends, like Dilip, and HJ, and Cece, and across the globe. I can mention all the names, Paulo, and some from India also. So I'm very, very happy to see my old friends after quite some time. About this conference, I have been for WPMC from the start, 1998. So in total, out of 27, I might have missed like 4 of them. So I hope that all of you will continue coming to WPMC in the future also, so you can count with me that I have not missed a single one. So I see Uma Jha here, oh my goodness. High five. So I would like to thank the team. Definitely I was working with day and night. The TPC members, the TPC chair, workshop chair, and I have to remember all the names now, list everyone. No, you can see in the booklet, and I would like to thank everyone. Amazing team, and it was amazing to work with Dr. Khara in this conference. So welcome again, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction to WPMC 2024 edition. Joining us today is Dr. Shingo Omori, a distinguished researcher from Japan with a profound legacy in the field of communication technology. Associated with prestigious Communications Research Laboratory, now part of National Institute of Information and Communication Technology. Dr. Omori has made groundbreaking contributions to satellite communications, wireless networks, and next-generation mobile technologies. His pioneering research in satellite-based internet systems and global communication infrastructure has significantly enhanced communication capabilities worldwide. Through his work, Dr. Omori has played a vital role in advancing wireless technologies that bridge geographical boundaries and drive innovations in telecommunications. A respected voice on the international stage, Dr. Omori has shared his expertise at global conferences and contributed extensively to scholarly publications, solidifying his positions as a leader in communication technology. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome Dr. Shingo Omori to this dais. Please join me in extending a warm round of applause and welcoming him on the dais.
Good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shingo Omori. In the program, I checked my title, but I engaged in the communication research laboratory in the programs. This is correct 27 years ago. My picture is also correct as of 27 years ago. So now I have already retired that communication research laboratory, the present National Institute of Information and Communications. So today's my welcome speech is welcome to all attendees to WPMC 2024. And the next greeting is goodbye greeting to WPMC. So, okay, I'd like to introduce by using slide. How to, okay. Next. Okay. So, The slide is not changed.
Is it changed?
Yeah. Yes, but no.
This is okay.
No. This is the presentation slide. No, title. No. The next page. No? Okay, so in 2022, 2 years ago, WPMC 2022 was held in Herning, Denmark. So it was the 25th anniversary of WPMC. It means from now, the 27 years ago, WPMC was born. So it was a good opportunity to resign and let the younger generation take over for more active and progressive WPMC. So I resigned already the WPMC 2 years ago. So I have to deliver both of the welcome and the farewell greeting today for all guests today. So I'd like to briefly introduce the history of the birth of WPMC. A little bit old stories. In 1993, the Japanese government acted a new regulation for radio wave usage fee, which is a system to collect the fee from radio broadband cast stations and cellular mobile communication companies and mobile cellular users who are using the radio frequency resources. And the revenue of the radio usage fee must be returned to users to improve radio services. In 1997, according to these policies, Yokosuka Research Park opened to enhance R&D activities of private sectors in the field of ICTs. So in order to start the R&D based on the new concept of introducing the radio wave usage fees, Communication Research Laboratory, the present NICT, opened the new research center in Yokosuka YRP, Radio Research Park. It was in 1997, I was appointed director of the new research center, and I have to draft a basic R&D policy of international industry, academia, government collaboration for leading the world's cutting-edge technologies in the field of information and communications technologies. One of our new R&D policy was to create a global platform for collaborative research and development between industry, academia, and the government. So concept of WPMC established in 1997. On October 22nd, 1997, I was invited by Professor Ramsey to participate in the colloquium on indoor communications, which was held at the Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. I had a specific collaborative research meeting with Professor Ramsey Prasad at his office. I clearly remember that we discussed the main concept of the symposium, the new symposium, as a global platform. We did not take so much time to decide the name of the new symposium, International Symposium on Wireless Personal Multimedia Communications, WPMC. So multimedia is now a little bit old word, but at that time, very, very advanced name. Okay? So according to the inauguration of WPMC, the first WPMC was held in YRP, Yokosuka, Japan. In the first WPMC 1998, the program consists of 6 keynote presentations, 83 presentations in 16 technical sessions on wideband CDM, ITS, etc., and a special workshop of present status and recent result of FRAMES project in Europe. With a strong cooperation of Professor Ramzi Prasado and Professor Hideki Imai and their respective friends, the first WPMC achieved an unexpected great success to obtain 270 attendees. These are the photos of the other times. And after that inaugurations, the WPMC was held every year all over the world. Second was held in Amsterdam, third in Bangkok, Thailand, fourth, Aalborg, Denmark. Yes, Denmark. Fifth, Hawaii in the United States. Sixth, Yokosuka, Japan. Seventh, Padova, Italy. And eighth, Aalborg. And ninth, San Diego in United States, California. And 10th, Jaipur, India. And 11th, Lapland, Finland. 12th, Sendai, Japan. 13th, Recife, Brazil. And 14th, in Brest, France. 15th, Taipei, Taiwan. And 16th, Atlantic City, United States. And 17th, Sydney, Australia. 18th, Hyderabad, India. So this time is third time held in India. 19th, Shenzhen, China. 20th, Yogyakarta in Indonesia. 21st, Chiang Rai, Thailand. 22nd, Lisbon, Portugal. 73rd, virtual, according to the corona infections. And 24th, Okayama, Japan. And 25th, the Hanning, Denmark, as I explained. And last year's held in Florida, United States. And this time, 27th. So that WPMC, the age is 27 years old. So I think I am still young, but getting old. The WPMC is 27 years old and have to be growth, more active and more strong. So thank you for all friends for supporting WPMC in the past 27 years. Since the first WPMC in 1998, WPMC has been held in various cities in the world every year. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has participated in WPMC since the first event, the host organizations and the related parties who have worked hard to make it a great success, and the government, companies, and other related organizations and parties who have strongly supported the WPMCs. Finally, I would like to express sincere thanks to the WPMC steering board members, especially for all friends who have supported the WPMC from the beginning. Professor Ramzi Prasado of the university, Professor Hideki, Tokyo University, he has already retired, Professor Fumiyuki Adachi, Tokyo University, Japan, Professor Ryuji Kono, Yokohama National University, and Professor Frederick Harris, University of California, San Diego, and Professor Umaja, Space and Airborne Systems, Harris. And finally, Professor Hiroshi Harada, Kyoto University, Japan. He is an old colleague since he joined the Communication Research Laboratory in 1995. He has strongly committed to WPMC since the first WPMC held in Yokosuka. I say he is absent today. So I would like to thank everyone who has supported WPMC over the past 27 years. I look forward to seeing WPMC will continue to grow in the future. Goodbye. Sayonara. Thank you very much.
Arigato yugosa imasu Omori-san. Thank you, Dr. Omori, for your enlightening words. We have amongst us Shri Y.K. Gupta ji, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Sharda University and Vice Chairman, SGI. Shri Y.K. Gupta ji is a renowned educationist, social leader, and a visionary industrialist who always favored a strong and self-reliant India. As an entrepreneur, he felt an acute urgency to establish a state-of-the-art educational institution to fulfill the need of high-quality professional education to the young generation, thereby empowering the young India to grow. Please welcome Shri Y.K. Gupta sir, Pro-Chancellor, Sharda University, to address us with his valuable words. Sir, please.
Good mornings to all of you. It's a great occasion for Sharda University that we are going to have third wireless WPMC 2024, wireless personal multimedia communication. And this has been conceived in 1997 by two people, those are sitting on the dais, respected Dr. Shinjo Omori and Professor Ramji Prasad. And these two people think it and thought it, what will be the future in communication industries in this world? And they have conceptualized in 1997-98, we do not know where the technology will be and what kind of technology in future will take place. But these are the great professors, these are the great scientists, those have done great work in this area. And I'm happy this 27th this symposium is going to be happened in Sharda University. This is the third time in India it is going to be happened, first in Japan in 10th one, second in Hyderabad, that is 18th one, and this is third, that is 27th at Sharda University. On this great occasion, I once again welcome to all the learned scientists from all across the world, all the professors, and all researchers who is going to present. Their paper has been selected, and these 3 days they are going to present their papers. And I'm sure these papers will give a lot of new insight to all young friends of Sharda University who's doing their PhDs, who's doing their MTech and undergraduate programs, and it will open their mind what the technology is today and where it is going to be happen in times to come. And this will give lots of new ideas to all of them, and by which, as you all know, India in this 21st century is growing with a very fast pace, and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is very committed and see that India should become a developed nation by 2047. And he believes that today, whatever is happening in India, the technology is playing a very, very important role. He's a very technology-friendly guy. The way Indian universities are doing, the way this NEP 2021 has conceived this new education policy whatever happening across the world, the best thing should also happen in India, and especially good universities, those are very energetic thinking, always have a forward thinking where the technology will be. And yesterday when I came and talking to Professor Shinjo Omori, he said that the sixth generation technology, 6G, is going to be happening in 2030. So another 4 years, 5 years are there, and this WPMC is playing a very, very important role, and by which I'm sure sixth generation technology, India should lead, and all our young minds, those are studying and are the present in this conference, give lots of insight, and we could able to contribute, and India should lead in the sixth generation technology. So we all feel pride. Till today, the 2G was there, and 3G was there, and 4G was there, 5G was there. But 6G, all young generation and all great scientists has contributed, and great contribution will be in India. As you all know, in India, almost it's so much of large country, 5G has been implemented everywhere in the country. So we all look forward when the 6G will be there. Our communication will be greater, faster, and we could able to see the things in a better way. This is all what we expect in this conference, and I'm sure this 3 days conference give lots of insight to all of the young minds. Thank you so much, and thank you, Professor Ramji Prasad, for choosing Sharda University and giving this opportunity to organize this great conference, WPMC 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We now have with us Professor Ramji Prasad, who is the founding chairman of WPMC, founder and president of CTIF Global Capsule, Denmark, and professor emeritus, Aarhus University, Denmark. Professor Prasad is also the founding chairman of Global ICT Standardization Forum for India, GISFI, established in 2009. GISFI has the purpose of increasing the collaboration between European, Indian, Japanese, North American, and other worldwide standardization activities in the area of information and communication technology and related application areas. I invite Dr. Prasad to please address the gathering.
I can see the laptop. It is written goodbye. So what should I say? Goodbye and sit down or continue? Mr. Vice Chancellor, it is written here goodbye. So shall I continue or shall I say goodbye? Very good. Good morning to everybody. Nice to see to everyone on the stage, at the same time everyone inside the hall. WPMC. Who knows the full form of WPMC? Anybody who can raise the hand? Full form of WPMC. What is the full form of WPMC? Pardon? Wonderful. I think we deserve something more than. You know, CTIF Global Capsule. Who knows the full form of CTIF? Anybody who knows the full form of CTIF? My Vice President, Peter, can you tell the full form of CTIF? Please come here. Please come here. He is Professor Peter Lindgren, Vice President of CTIF, and I want to check whether he knows the full form of CTIF or not.
So now I have a challenge. Am I going to be fired if I say wrong?
You know, it all depends. Firing, I do very fast to everybody.
I know.
And I fire him every morning. And by late evening, I say, you are hired again.
Okay, so I'll try. It's Center for Tele-Infrastructure.
You are fired.
Okay.
No, continue. You have to say something about CTF.
Yes, so CETIF.
Now give the full form of CTF correctly.
But it's been changed.
But that is what you have to talk, young man.
I want you to.
No, full form of CTF.
Okay. Center for Tele-Infrastructure, Global Capital, is an organization that gathers universities, industry, and faculty, students all over the world. It was founded as CETIF in 2003 by the honored Randy Prasad. And at that time I was a small PhD. I had just finished my PhD. And I wanted to meet Randy, and that I achieved in 2005. And since then, we have been working together. And in 2015, we founded CETIF Global Capital in Rome, Italy. And after that, we moved the head office to Aarhus University. And because of the universities that didn't want to have the head of CETIF Global Capital inside one university, we moved it finally to one of the most beautiful places in Denmark called Skagen. So you really should go there. Some of the most famous painters in the world, they have painted some of very, very nice pictures. So we run the CETIF Global Capital from Denmark at the very top of Denmark. And at these weeks, we are establishing a new innovation, development and learning center right here in Delhi, because we want to have a branch where the new innovation, including 6G, AI, and advanced sensors, would be developed, combined with business models, because we know technology cannot live alone, it needs business models. And if you want to see some young students working on this, you have to go on the first floor, and then you'll see some of the young Indian students working on challenges from industry on green, sustainable, and circular economy. So please, I invite you very much. I hope I'm still hired tomorrow.
I will think over it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think I'm seeing a young face. You know, instead of myself talking, I would like to invite Peter. Thank you very much. Without any preparation, you give a good briefing about CTF, but about research and innovation, what we should do in the world, and India particularly. I invite another, my young man. His name is Uma Shankar Jha. Please come, Uma. Talk about innovation and research. He has come all the way from US. Please give short briefing about innovation and research about 6G, what India should do.
Thank you, Professor Prasad. I think it was not very planned, but since I have been working with Professor Prasad for last at least 25 years, since the inception of WPMC with Dr. Shingo Amuri and everybody else. So I think this is a great opportunity for India, a developed and maybe a developing country, to really put forward research and innovation in this area. This is a growth area. This is also where you can really mitigate all the digital divide. Information is power. If you can create that information flow to everybody, the country, the society, the community will prosper. 6G, I was just talking yesterday at my alma mater with Professor Prasad. Two things as a researcher you need to worry about. What problem you're trying to solve, what it does, and what technology and efforts it will take to solve that problem. Second, who are you solving this for? Who is your customer? And how you're going to benefit the customer? That two areas of understanding is very, very important for any innovation. Anything you want to do technically to make it sure that what you add to the society and to the community. I think this is going to stop because time is very essential, and I'll give back to Professor Prasad. I think I am hired or I am fired.
I think everybody is getting fired today.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
I think, let me think. I think one of my brightest students is sitting in the front row. I think I should not invite only he. I should invite she also. Can we expect whom I'm inviting now on the stage? Can we expect Bandana? Come here. Professor Bandana. She's a very bright young girl. And tell what India is doing about 6G and where you stand for the 6G research and development. I'm inviting everybody without any notice.
That's good. Great. Ultimately,
Bandana, give a talk. She's a professor. Where give your introduction.
My greatest introduction is I am Professor Prasad's PhD and postdoctorate student, and presently I am working as professor in Sinhagad Institute, Pune University. I am working with Professor Prasad since last 15 years, I should say, and it was great experience to attend WPMC conferences. This is my 7th conference I am attending with him. And also, Neeli is sitting here. She was my, unofficial, I should say, co-supervisor and friend, great friend. Dr. Shingo Omori sir, we met a lot of times during WPMC. And we have learned a lot during these conferences and during our PhD journey. I remember the days when we were PhD student and we were sitting like you people who are sitting here. Initially, we were not able to understand what is 5G and what is cybersecurity and what are the big terms. But now we can understand that those were the days which have really made me to stand here today. Big thanks to Professor Prasad and WPMC organizing team for making us stand here strongly. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Then I will invite another young man. I have not told them I will invite you on the stage, but I have decided let them come and talk, not myself. So, young man, can you guess whom I'm inviting? We invited from Denmark, invited from US, invited from India. I should go now some other part of the world. South America. I'm inviting South America now. Guess who can come on today's stage? Paulo. So you can see how the world is here. You saw US, you saw Denmark, you saw India. Now we are going to South America. Paulo, go ahead with 6G development at the world level.
So, thank you, Professor Prasad. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for the chairman. It's an honor being here, coming all the way from Brazil, and also in France, where I live, and be Professor Prasad's student. And don't have more to say. It's amazing opportunities ahead of us, especially in the end of this 2020, and great challenges and great opportunity for all students, for all researchers. So there is a brand new world and good opportunity for us as humanity to strive for a better technology to resolve our issues and support our community worldwide. Thank you.
Now, how many countries are invited? US, Denmark, South America, India. But I want to tell you one thing. The fact about WPMC, Japan has played a very major role. And without inviting any Japanese, then I will not say my invitation is complete. So my friend, please come and say few words about WPMC on behalf of Japan. There is no time limit. Take your time and say something good.
So thank you very much for inviting me on this stage. So I'm Morio Toyoshima of National Institute of Information and Communication Technology in Japan. So I'm really honored to be here, and I really to say thank you very much for Shingo Omori for the past efforts, and also thank you very much Professor Prasado and all the team members in WPMC. So I joined this WPMC maybe 3 years ago as a kind of a member, but I really want to do the best for the future WPMC as a kind of young scientist. So please enjoy this WPMC conference. This is a fantastic, really state-of-the-art technology you can get. So please enjoy this conference. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, you know, I'm inviting various countries, but I should not forget Sharda University itself. So I must invite somebody from Sharda. Where is the young man? Yes, what is your name? Madhukar. I invite Madhukar, who is professor of Sharda University, and he has really committed to make WPMC a great success. I think he should be given a chance to say a few words.
First of all, I welcome you all as a conference local organizing chair to WPMC 2024. So I hope you will enjoy this conference. Actually, I am his student, Professor Ramji Prasad's student, and I asked, can we have a conference, WPMC here in Sharda University? So he told, you have to prepare a lot. And we had to prepare a lot. And I hope we came up to his expectations, and we have contributed, many contributors, and to this conference organization, all Sharda University worked as a team, and we could present you what we could. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Anybody I missed? Shall I stop here? Or shall I invite one more?
If he is from other country, then.
Other country. Let me. I think somehow I'm missing TPC chair.
Yeah, Naveen.
TPC chair, Professor Naveen Kumar. He may talk for many subjects, and he's a challenger to me. When I talk something, he says, sir, I will start it. I still remember I was talking about millimeter wave. He said, millimeter wave is in my pocket, Professor Prasad. So, Naveen, you are the TPC chair, and without your address, inaugural session is not complete.
Good morning to all of you, and I welcome, of course, on behalf of host, to all of you in this morning. So our guest of honors, and the management, I must thank all of them to organize such a big event. And of course, Professor Ramji sir, you see how young he is at this age. So he keeps all of us working. He is not tired, and he does not allow us to rest any time. So thank you very much, sir, for your support, your encouragement and motivation. So I don't have to say anything. I am also one of the students of him, you can say, but we met in around 2010 when I was doing my PhD in Portugal. And since then, I'm connected to him, and whenever he comes to India, I take his blessing otherwise. So thank you very much, sir, and thanks a lot for... Yeah, so Vice Chancellor, I mean, Professor Khara is saying that I should introduce myself. So I'm Dr. Naveen Kumar, TPC Chair, and working in Amrita University in Bangalore campus. So that's all for brief introduction. Thank you very much.
Very good. I think I have taken more than given time to me. I think I should stop now. Yeah, the General Chair is asking me to stop now. I should not continue like this. So, wonderful time. Enjoy the conference. Learn more about technology. And particularly, I am repeating the word of our Prime Minister, 6G, India should be world leader. You know, I don't want to give the challenge to Japan or USA, any other country, but we can work together and make the leadership of 6G at this platform, WPMC 2024. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Enjoy the event. Learn as much as possible and go ahead for the future world. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ramji sir and other eminent researchers for sharing their words of wisdom with the audience. We are honored to have with us Shri S.K. Marwa ji, Scientist ji, Group Coordinator, METI. I request Honorable Pro-Chancellor Y.K. Gupta sir and Vice-Chancellor sir, Professor Sibaram Khara, to felicitate our guest. It is my privilege to read out the profile of Shri S.K. Marwa ji. He is an eminent leader in the field of electronics and information technology with over 33 years of distinguished service in Government of India, currently serving as the Group Coordinator and Scientist G at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Sir is also the Chief Technological Officer of the India Semiconductor Mission, an electronics and communication engineer and part of 1989 batch of the Indian Engineering Services. Sir has played a significant role in shaping policies that have driven the growth of India's electronics and IT industries. His contributions include the National Policy on Electronics 2012 and 2019, the Phased Manufacturing Program, and the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme for Electronics and IT hardware manufacturing. Mr. Marwa has been instrumental in fostering innovation and facilitating initiatives like the Scheme for Promotion of Manufacturing of Electronic Components and Semiconductors and the development of Indian Condition Access System. His visionary leadership continues to drive advancement in communications, convergence, and broadband technologies, and he remains committed to strengthening India's electronics hardware manufacturing ecosystem. It is an honor to have such a transformative leader with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri S.K. Marwa for his esteemed address.
Good morning, everyone. I am indeed delighted to be here today at the IEEE conference, the Symposium on Wireless Personal Multimedia Communications, WPMC 2024, which is the 27th International Symposium. And I'm delighted that it is being organized by Sharda University, and with eminent speakers, experts from all over the world participating in this important conference. The distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Professor Dr. Sibaram Khara, Vice Chancellor, Sharda University, Dr. Neeli Prasad, Smart of Tarbiwi, Netherlands, Dr. Shingo Ohomori, Guest of Honor, Communications Research Laboratory, Japan, Dr. Yatindra Kumar Gupta, Pro-Chancellor, Sharda University, Professor Ramji Prasad, Founding Chairman of WPMC, and Dr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, Director, CDAD, Bangalore, my colleague from the System Ministry, Department of Telecommunications. So, and all the distinguished delegates present here today, all the faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. So, as I stand here today, the theme of this year's symposium is Secure 6G AI Nexus, where technology meets humanity. This emphasizes the increasing importance of secure and intelligent wireless communication systems, and that 6G and AI are not just technological advancements, but also have the potential to transform the way we interact with each other and with technology. The scope of the symposium is broadly the communication spectrum and technologies, AI-enabled wireless networks, applications, test-bed use cases and 6G planning, security, privacy and ethics, sensor networks and smart applications, robotic networking and automation, policy and governance. So I indeed look forward to the deliberations in the conference and the outcomes. So I will like to see the outcomes personally and what all Government of India can do to take the 6G participation of India in 6G forward. So now coming to briefly about 6G, so we had the 5G, which is the IMT 2020 technology. So it had three pillars, EMBB, enhanced mobile broadband, MMTC, massive machine type communications, and URLLC, ultra reliable low latency communications. So 5G, we have witnessed the fastest rollout in India. And going forward, IMT 2030, which is the term for the 6G, so that will be expected to be commercially available by 2030. So there, the cornerstones are 6, like in 5G there was a triangle, this will be a hexagon, which will comprise of immersive communication, integrated AI and communication, hyper reliable and low latency communication, ubiquitous connectivity. This ubiquitous connectivity is the contribution to 6G vision from India. Then massive communication and integrated sensing and communications. So these will form the 6 cornerstones of 6G going forward. And the objectives will be sustainability, connecting the unconnected, ubiquitous intelligence, security, privacy, and resilience. So those are the objectives of 6G going forward. Now 3GPP is the standards body that develops technical specifications for mobile networks. The 3GPP release 21 is expected to specify the 6G RAN and produce the first set of 3GPP 6G technical specifications. The timelines are as follows. The release 19 starts in 2024, which provides a bridge from 5G advanced to 6G and includes preliminary work on 6G capabilities. Going forward, release 20 starts the studies for 6G, and release 21 is expected to produce the first set of 3GPP 6G technical specifications and prepare for commercial launch of 6G by 2030. Some of the key themes for 6G include sustainability, that is reducing the industry's environmental footprint, fostering sustainable business growth, and safeguarding critical assets. Energy efficiency, reducing energy consumption in both networks and devices. AI and ML are expected to be an important 6G building block. XR will gradually evolve into immersive communication for human-machine interaction. So with that background, I'm happy to inform that Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is already supporting the research on 5G and beyond through a 95 crore project for the last 3 years, where 8 institutions are participating and contributing to standards-oriented research. Patents are being filed continuously, research is happening continuously. And going forward, as far as 6G is concerned, our minister has set a target that 10% of the standard essential patents in 6G should come from India. So that's a huge target, and we are working towards that, and we believe that with our academia and the university ecosystem, including Sharda University, will contribute to that objective. So we are also supporting projects in 6G. We have already supported 2 projects. One is 6G end-to-end communication systems to IIT Hyderabad, and another on intelligent reflecting surfaces to Samir, Society for Applied Microwave Electronics Engineering and Research, along with IIT Madras. So those are the initiatives Government of India is already taking. Then we have, under the Department of Telecommunications, we have already, Bharat 6G Vision and Bharat 6G Alliance that has been set up with participation from academia, industry, policymakers, experts. So that the Bharat 6G Alliance will act as a pivot for our 6G contributions from India. So I express my best wishes for successful conduct of this conference and eagerly awaiting the proceedings of the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, it is my honor to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, the Director of CDOT Bangalore. Dr. Krishnaswamy is an expert at the forefront of emerging technologies with a keen focus on quantum and AI edge acceleration, zero trust processing, and trustworthy distributed AI, among many other innovation areas. Dr. Krishnaswamy has an illustrious career spanning multiple high-impact roles, including founder of Quantum Vox Technologies in US, Vice President and New Emerging Technologies Research and Development at Reliance Jio, and Senior Scientist at IBM Research, where he developed cutting-edge solutions. A strategic leader, Dr. Krishnaswamy's work has earned him recognition across the globe, including awards like TM Forum Excellence Awards and Aegis Graham Bell Awards. He is a passionate mentor and an advocate for startup innovation and collaborative research. Please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Dr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, on the dais.
Dear all, it's amazing to find so many researchers all gathered here, all working in the forefront of technology. Also, I'm just honored to just be here among all the stalwarts. And thanks to all of you. Thanks to Professor Ramji Prasad for pioneering this conference as well. And I look forward to giving you a more in-depth talk, so I won't take time from all of you. But thank you very much for organizing this event to bring everybody together. Thanks, Dr. Khara, Dr. Neely, and everybody else. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Now I request one and all present here to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please be seated. Now I request all the delegates, dignitaries, guests and participants to join for the network meeting outside the auditorium, and students are requested to join at the 5th floor.
हेलो।
अब ये तेरा माइक ले रहा है। लाइव का बंद कर देना। चेक चेक। माइक लेना दोनों को ले लिया तेरा क्योंकि कैमरे पे माइक कैसा
दोनों को लेना है
मतलब दोनों को कैसे अच्छे अपन करते हैं आप जगह पर एक ही माइक लेके बोलने लगे तो दूसरा माइक ऐसा
Now we have with us Mr. Paulo Sergio Rufino Henrique, a distinguished figure in the realm of wireless technology and innovation. Paulo is a senior executive and PhD research student specializing in 6G networks and quantum computing, with a focus on shaping the future of connectivity. An accomplished electronic engineer and author of the book 6G, The Road to Future Wireless Network 2030. Paulo brings extensive expertise in telecommunications, media, and broadcasting, having managed high-value global contracts for organizations such as AB InBev, BT Sports, etc. With a rich professional background, he has spearheaded advancements in business development, pre-sales engineering, and customer experience, contributing significantly to data analytics, SLA management, and service integrations. Paulo played a pivotal role in launching the UK's first 4K UHD TV service with BT Sports. His work is deeply rooted in the innovation and value creation, leveraging cutting-edge technologies like 6G and quantum computing to redefine the possibilities of wireless communications. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Paulo Sergio Rufino Henrique to the dais. I request Dr. Vivek Gupta, Registrar, Sharda University, to please felicitate Mr. Paulo. Sir, please come forward. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. It's been an honor being here at Sharda University, participating on the 27th Symposium of WPMC. I want to thank my professor and my supervisor professor, the great Professor Ramji Prasad, and all the hosts, distinguished guests, chancellors, vice chancellors of Sharda University, and the WPMC committee, my sister here, Nili Prasad, my colleagues, Wagner, and so many of you. The topic of this talk today is 6G networks and quantum technologies shaping the future of connectivity and computation. We invite you all on this talk to take a journey with me, especially in considering what Professor Prasad always emphasizes on us as students, to engineering technology that is very humane and spiritualized, to take into consideration our challenges as humanity, create bridges for the future and the future generations, pave roads in where humanity can continue flourishing, developing, and sharing. So from this perspective, nothing better than consider that in the past, in the previous generations, network most of the time was disconnected of computation. And now, more and more, with the advance of the next wireless generations, computation and network connectivity are creating this synergy and became one point of singularity. Take you through this journey, I want to discuss and present to you in this talk some foundations on this area, and also highlight the main aspects of 6G, especially if we consider that 6G is going to be the first human-centric network and what it means to be human-centric. And then reflect upon the second quantum revolution in which we are living in, and the importance of this merge between quantum computing and the future of 6G networks. First, it's important for all of us to consider the challenges we have ahead of us in 2030, in which is scheduled to release the first 6G networks and its importance. Also, at the same time period, probably we're going to have quantum computers as a cloud being used and deployed worldwide. And it's important to consider in this. In order to prepare the territory for our reflections, it's important to considering that technology, the advancement of technologies, has brought also quality of life for human population. However, there are many things that needs to be done. In this chart we are showing here, you can see the life expectancy of humanity has improved as well as the technology has advanced. And in the bottom line, on the dot, you can see the advancement of the largest and the biggest technology that has transformed humanity. And if we see the bubbles, they are popping up, they are appearing one after the other. And in this period of the lifespan, from 1943 towards 2020, we can see the life expectancy of humanity has constantly increased and improved. However, we have some challenges that we need to address. Last year, November last year, humanity achieved the astonishing number of 8 billion people on Earth. However, from these 8 billion people on Earth, 3.1 billion is still living in poverty and had a lot of challenges. And if we consider that these 3 billion people still living in poverty, is because also most of them, they do not have access to mobile broadband communications, cellular networks. And this is a problem, it's a challenge, especially nowadays if we consider the experience of the COVID-19. The role of mobile broadband communications, cemented here by these distinguished guest scientists, paved the way to protect humanity. Because through the internet, mobile wireless communications, most of us, we could be protected from the COVID spread. The economy could be continued. Humanity could strive. However, many of those people, many of our brothers and sisters in humanity, they were not participating from the same results that we experienced. And this is one of the most important and significant challenges for us when we are considering the next generation of mobile communications, to connect the unconnected. And why we have to consider this? We have two major preoccupations, two major concerns and goals to achieve beyond, not just in 2030, but beyond, because they are huge. Some of them, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, divided in 17 areas, which start from eliminating poverty to fight climate change. Others, like the Society 5.0, created by our colleagues here from Japan, that look after in order to create a smart society in which we can combine the digital world and the physical world to help humanity to strive and have a better quality of life. These are the two main aspects and foundation of the next generation of mobile communications, which is 6G. I invited all of you, those who are students and haven't seen or haven't studied yet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, to start look at it. And also I invited you all to observe the framework of Society 5.0 developed by the Japanese Cabinet of Science, that look ahead in how AI, robotics, and wireless communications can provide better quality of life for all. These are the aspects of humanity we have to consider when we are thinking about how we can employ and engineer and develop research innovation, having consideration our humanity, our Mother Earth, and the entire ecosystem in which we are living in. Because the challenges are huge. We have to solve so many issues. And we have this expression in Portuguese, when the things are very urgent, we say, the things need to be resolved yesterday, not today. And that's the situation as humanity we are living in. Everything needs to be sorted, and we have to think in everything that we are doing, entrepreneurship, research, and innovation, how we can support and continue improving and overcoming the challenges of our society. Now, considering the path to the 6G human-centric network, this week we had the honor to have Professor Ranjin Prasad addressing the 6G briefing conference in Brazil Open as a keynote speaker, and telling us the importance of having this human-centric network, a technology that, as I said before, consider the human beings, the environment, and everything that surrounds us as a place that is united and needs to have technology to help and assist everything. To start, we have to consider also the education point of view, because education is everything. Consider one of the great scholars of all times in our generation, Nelson Mandela. He once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And that's how it's important to us. Education has the ability to change. Education has the ability to contribute to our country and transcend boundaries and nationalities. And that's what WPMC is doing right now. At Sharda University, I just found out that we have more than 95 nationalities here. Everybody's striving to promote and create, I believe, a better planet. Considering from the background of mobile wireless communications, mobile broadband connectivities, we can see that the history of engineering it, since from 1G till then the process of standardization that began with 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and now we are gearing up towards 6G, has brought us many things, good and others that are challenging. But taking from the point of view of the positive side, we could see that the first important things that happened to us in the past 20 years so far was democratization of the information. We have access to information that we never had before in the history of humanity. We had to create new services. Us that were in the past just consumers, we became what is known now as a prosumers, because also we can create and sell, and we can create and trade, we can innovate, we can use our creativity underpinned by wireless communications to propel our knowledge, our information, and collaborate without any boundaries. We have the creation of the fintech industry, TV everywhere. Solutions that, for instance, if you look back in the past, in societies that had difficulties to create a bank systems or promote bank systems for all, like in Kenya, they create what we have now, the e-money, the digital money. So this shows that when we give to our community the opportunity to access technology, they can create the solutions for humanity. Nowadays, everybody uses a cell phone to pay. So a deficit in something creates opportunity for the future. That's why we have to promote technology and humanize technology, as Professor Ranj Prasad always remembers us. E-commerce, so many things, peer-to-peer services. We can order food, book a cab. So we cannot imagine the life without the mobile society, or everything that is underpinned by mobile wireless connectivity. But now, if someone asks me, Paulo, but what is 6G? Or what we should expect of 6G? First, 6G will be the next generation of wireless communications, in which the first release is scheduled to come up in 2030. And this year, United Nations, ITU, 3GPP, and all the others, standardization bodies and research institutions are gearing up together to prepare this research innovation to bring a new horizon and unlock new opportunities that 5G could not deliver to us, and continue bringing humanity forward. The first pillar, as I said, I showed, when we start thinking about 6G, is to consider the Sustainable Development Goals and Society 5.0 as a starting point to create this human-centric network in which humanity and the entire ecosystem, our planet, is at the heart of the technology that will be developed based on this next generation of wireless connectivity. The second one, in terms of speed, of course, will be fast. In an industrial perspective, we'll reach 1 terabits per second, which is amazing. A decentralized network with heterogeneous networks being combined together, moving to spectrums of radio frequency ahead that we are not used to use today, going to terahertz spectrum and even anchoring all the other connectivities with optical wireless connections, which is amazing. Wi-Fi, we will be able to connect with light. And other part that we cannot forget, a green network. This network needs to be sustainable from the point of view of waste, energy consumption, and everything we use. So we have many challenges, and this is a multidisciplinary study that will require support of scientists and engineers from all backgrounds. The other part and the other aspects, just to remember what 6G is being considered to be a hyper-connected network, connect everything. And as Professor Prasad remembers, we're going to inaugurate the Internet of Beings, where not just human beings, machines, but everything will be connected. Everything we're going to be able to understand in the real time and process. So that's why we need to have one connectivity, a 6G network that is completely controlled by AI and machine learning, because the amount of data being processed and analyzed every day will require a permissive AI. It will be omnipresent. We need to connect the unconnected people. We need to take this technology not just for the same societies and niche, but also to reach further, to support those who are not enjoying the benefits of the internet. United Nations through ITU has shown through the report that for 1% of people that join in a geographic region, the mobile broadband connectivity, the GDP of the location increased 0.15%. The math is done. More people participating on the economy and enjoying the benefits. In terms of use cases, we have several. It's unimaginable the number of use cases that we can think. Guarantee connectivity above 1,000 kilometers speed per hour. Underwater communications, remember, we need to explore our oceans. Imagine what we can learn from them and the benefits for science, medicine, for the unexplored bed of our oceans. Space communications, and so many others. And this week also I had the opportunity to see in Brazil on the 6G briefing the presentation of Professor Albena Michowska also from CTIF Global Capsule and Smart Avatar, talking about holographic type of communications. Holographic type communications will be one of the greatest use cases on 6G. Something that we are used to see only on Star Trek, but also will take part of this technology, and thanks to Dr. Valeria Thomas from NASA that developed the 3D technologies in the 60s and now has been advanced into holographic type of technologies and communications. Now, why is important to consider quantum technologies in this context. So I'll give to you a little bit of context that require these new technologies. Classical physics, it's reaching its limits in this deterministic world that we know. This world, we have to thank so many scientists that strive to reach that. But we can bring some of them that are very important, and all of us, we heard about it. They are legends. We have to say thanks to Isaac Newton for giving to us the reality of the world we know, and we are able to engineer. We have to also say thanks to Pierre-Simon Laplace in order to give us the calculus that all of us engineers, we use nowadays, and also we apply in quantum computing. We have to say thanks to James Clerk Maxwell, the Scottish researcher that understood that electromagnetism was the way and means to create and pave the way for telecommunications that we have nowadays. These three musketeers, as I, with all due respect, called, were the men responsible to shape our view of the deterministic world we know. All the laws, the Newton laws, Laplace laws, and Maxwell laws, created this deterministic world that we are able to engineer machines, mobile communications, and so on. And they unlocked the first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, third industrial revolution, and now this fourth industrial revolution, that is the automation of everything, underpinned by wireless communications. I had the opportunity to take a photo in France, visiting Pierre-Simon Laplace village, in which once he said, "Give me the positions and the velocity of all particles in the universe, and I will predict the future." But with the quantum reality, everything has changed. Everything is probabilistic. What are the real challenges then we are facing? With the classical physics, we were able to create computers. And one of the fathers of computation here, John von Neumann, create what we know today, the architecture, the engineering process for computers, in which consists of a CPU, a memory RAM, a storage, and so on. However, as we advance with computers and we advance with calculus, the challenges also increase. The challenge to solve our problems, daily life problems, also increase. The challenge to emulate molecules, the challenge to discover new drugs, the challenges to simulate the birth of the universe, to understand where we are heading. Everything also, it increases the level of difficulty for our classical computers to solve. And where we can head with that. John von Neumann also contributed to it, which is the probabilistic computation, quantum computers. Bringing today, one of the main challenges we face in telecommunications are network entropy, which represents the total number of encoded information that increase in a network. And here we are seeing the simulation of a type of network entropy that we can see on the internet. All the colors here represent what you are seeing in this simulation. 10 years of evolution of internet, since its birth in the first 10 years. The colors show the continents in which the internet were more permissive. This simulation was created using BGP protocol, Border Gateway Protocol. And if we consider the entire of internet, all the nodes connected in this network, the network entropy is very high. Also, increases the network complexity. So imagine we are creating a new means of connecting people with 6G that will bring a hyper-connected society that will require and will bring to us a network entropy that is even higher, because everything and everywhere will be connected. How to solve that? We are going to the limit at the edge of classical computation. When we need to run complex simulations like this one on TESAN in Germany, that is simulating the first hours of the birth of our universe, we also need super powerful computation. How we can do that? It's very complex. We need to use, in this case, supercomputers. But what are the problems with supercomputers? So they are very high costly. Energy consumption is so high. We need new solutions, and especially for new threats, like new pandemic situations. We remember, thanks for AI, we have the vaccine of COVID-19, mRNA, being developed. We need to develop everything for tomorrow, not for today. Everything is urgent. A brief history of quantum mechanics then and quantum physics for us to understand this quanta story based on the great debate. We have to thank Max Planck, Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr for their contribution and so many others. Because Max, he started understanding, studying the black body radiation and what was happening to light and energy, the entropy of energy. This led to one of the biggest debates of the 21st and the 20th century, which was light duality. Light, sometimes the scientists understood, behave as a particle, another time as a wave. How is that possible? Then the Prince Louis de Broglie in France discovered that the electromagnetic waves that we transmit information also behave the same ways as light. We created then one interactive session this year in a paper that I present together with Professor Prasad at Princeton University, in which we discussed the quantum entanglement. And I promised to my dear friend here, Neely, that I wouldn't have any equation whatsoever on the screen. But the idea is to understand the amazing things of quantum computing that has been presented in the keynote yesterday, that will deliver to us opportunity to advance problems that we couldn't solve. We have to consider the EPR paper that I invited all of you to read from Einstein, when he devised and he saw some behavior that he could not understand and he thought wasn't possible. That's why he said, God don't play dice. He could not understand why a particular two particles coming from the same source of light would be so entangled, even if you separate them in a far distance, they would behave as they were connected, where that connection would be. And one of his fans, we can see like this, John Stuart Bell, had proved that they are indeed entangled. So in order to do this, I will invited for you one exercise to conclude this talk. Imagine that I send a message to you. This is a table. We did this exercise in Princeton this year. I will send a message from the Earth to Mercury. Imagine Neely is sitting in Mercury and I send hello to her. My hello will take 5 minutes to arrive. This is our transmission of electromagnetic waves or life. And then we create a game with Professor Prasad. We cannot perform all the game, but just part of this, called Quantum Paulo Prasad Game Simulation, in which I invited you now. I send my hello to Neely that is in Mercury and takes 5 minutes to arrive. But if I use quantum key distribution, I can secure a channel and I can say right now, I will just change the position of my particle, and the other particle, before my message arrives to her, will be changed the same position, spinning position. How this is possible? This has been proved possible. However, I cannot transmit communication faster than light. That's the question. And this is $1 million or $1 billion question. What makes us to have a quantum entanglement? Nobody knows. Maybe we're going to have one student from Sharda University winning the Nobel Prize, telling us in the future what is behind. But here's the key for us to secure a very high secure communication using quantum distribution. The communication didn't arrive to Neely yet because 5 minutes has not passed and my message of hello did not arrive to Earth. However, all the sites here on Earth and Mercury are connected. If I change something instantaneously, there the other particle will be connected. This is one of the principles of what we called, and we were left in the other day, the name quantum teleportation. In terms of quantum physics and coming to a conclusion, I want to bring two main ideas here. Because the characteristic of quantum computers, we have to thank Richard Feynman to propose the first quantum computer because he saw some problems could not be solved utilizing classical computation, and we should use a new approach. This during the 60s. And I have a really good connection with him because Richard Feynman visited Brazil, my country, and he wanted to learn how to dance samba, and he did very well. Also, the great scholar of Paul Benioff that created the first quantum computer based on quantum Turing machine. What it's connected with 6G is how we can control and create the automation of the first intelligent wireless communication. Plugging quantum computation to control the next generation of wireless communication is a fertile area of research in which I invited you all, those who are not involved yet with quantum studies, to join us and delve into it. And moreover, to conclude this talk, we have not just quantum computers, but we have a bunch new areas of technologies that are part of the second revolution of quantum. The first one was the laser and tomography. And now the second generation, quantum neural networks, quantum sensing and metrology, quantum simulation, quantum imaging, quantum communications and cryptography. So I invited you all students to delve into it. This is the future of our communication systems, and this will change and unlock and solve many problems that humanity haven't had opportunity to do it so far. And to conclude, these are some investments being made, and in order to reach and master something, I like this photograph of Albert Einstein. You have to teach in order to master a subject. And let's learn and let's teach these subjects because we need a lot of people to learn STEM, science, technology, and engineer to promote a new world. And finalizing, now at CTIF Global Capsule and Conasense, led by Professor Ruth Sophie and Professor Ranj Prasad, we are inaugurating a new journal, Quantum Information Technologies. Those who want to join us, just scan, and you will be able to be part, sending your papers and ideas. Thank you very much. This is the biography, and I appreciate the invitation of being here. Thanks for WPMC and Sharda University.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pavlo, for such a wonderful and enriching session on quantum technology. Now I have a distinct pleasure of inviting Dr. Dilip Krishnaswamy, and before he delivers his keynote address, I take the privilege of reading out his profile, brief profile. Sir is currently serving as the director of C. Bangalore. He is an accomplished technologist with an expertise in cutting-edge innovations. He is passionate about leveraging emerging technologies to address complex challenges, with a focus on areas such as quantum and AI edge acquisition, zero trust processing, distributed AI, quantum key distribution protocol, risk-aware generative AI, and sustainable system optimization. We regret the inconvenience. There is some change in the plan. I once again regret and apologize. An innovator and mentor, Dr. Krishnaswamy has also founded Quantum Box Technologies and contributed to academia as part-time faculty at UC Davis. His vision continues to drive advancements in trustworthy and sustainable technologies. I invite Dr. Krishnaswamy to deliver his keynote address on the topic Research Directions for Bharat 6G. Please, sir.
Thank you. Actually, I think we forgot a Q&A session for Paulo. So why don't we host, like, after my talk, you can ask questions to both of us. Shall we do that, Paulo? Okay. Is there, do you know where the presentation is? Presentation while they're loading the presentation, I'll get started. So thank you all for coming here. I am at C. Bangalore. It's the Center for Development of Telematics. It's the R&D wing for the Department of Telecommunications in India. And we are doing R&D in advanced 5G and 6G, AI, quantum, and new areas that I'm going to talk about that can interest you. We've just started a 6G innovation lab as well, exploring new directions. I'll talk some of those things. And also, we are encouraging research all over India. The Department of Telecommunications, with the support from the Honorable Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia and Secretary Dr. Neeraj Mittal, we have the TTDF, Telecom Technology Development Fund, that is that has been released to encourage all of you engineers to kind of think about and create new products and solutions for India, for the world. So please think about becoming entrepreneurs and creating new technology. And I'll give you a link to that as well at the end of the talk.
So name, what is the name of PPT?
Sir, are you getting it? I'm sorry for the...
Yeah, I have it.
ये फॉरवर्ड के लिए कि नहीं होगा नहीं आपने डाउनलोड किया है
कर दिया सर
ठीक है
इससे आप चेंज कर सकते
होगा ठीक है okay thank you so I'll try to quickly go through sorry for the delay So I'll cover a few broad areas of 6G research and then talk about a few in-depth some topics that we're working on right now. That we could all explore. ठीक है परवान चलते हैं ना इसको निकाल दीजिए
फ्रंट पे जाइए ना सर
इसको निकाल सकते हैं ये नेक्स्ट स्लाइड का
क्या
ठीक चलो चलो I think this is Murphy's law. This is okay. This one is working. I think you guys have seen this a lot, probably the different directions that IMT 2030 is looking at. In India, we are trying to create around that a vision for how to adapt 6G for India as well. And there are different directions, but primarily from an India perspective, we care about ubiquitous coverage primarily, more than like trying to improve performance with very high bandwidths and things like that, or reducing the latency significantly and things like that. Primary focus is still on reaching every single person in the country with a wireless signal. There's still a lot of people unconnected people in the country, and we have to make a difference there. Some of the key areas are coverage for rural and hilly regions. reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, non-terrestrial networking, heterogeneous intelligent networking, digital twins, AI-enabled networks, sustainable systems, quantum-inspired networks, closed-loop automation with programmable networking. From a rural perspective, we really have to try to make a difference, and for hilly regions as well. And so we can think about using reflecting surfaces, maybe on the top of a hill to serve people. We can think of deploying satellites to provide non-terrestrial networking coverage. Also, these satellites, we can think of an optimal satellite configuration that can serve people. It could be not just LEO, MEO, could think of a configuration of elliptic orbits as well. And digital twins, I'll touch upon that, and AI, quantum, and so on. So, in the ORAN flavor of things, I'm sure you've all heard of open radio access networks. What has happened is one key difference that has happened relative to previous networks is because we started disaggregating the network to a radio unit, distributed it in a central unit. What used to be what was a G node, be a base station, now became 3 components. We started exposing the interfaces, exposing information. So now all these components have become more observable. And based on that observability, we can take decisions and dynamic optimization in the network. And it's not only observable now, we also have controllability in these networks. And with that observability and controllability, we have closed-loop automation that we can enable. So as we observe, as we see some problem that's arising, we have to fix it. We can actually decide we can run an optimizer, decide what changes have to be made. And because of the programmable interfaces that we have, we actually are able to just do everything without a human in the loop, potentially. But if there are any critical decisions, we should include human in the loop. Some of the other key areas are distributed system optimization. There's intelligence in a distributed semantic communications we'll talk about as zero trust as well. NIST is thinking about dynamic security. Don't let an agent just come into your system. It can wreak havoc anytime, so continuously monitor and re-authenticate, reauthorize. Keep the session duration short so that any agent doesn't go rogue and things like that. New waveforms and scheduling techniques, still an opportunity to do a lot of good work. Professor Ramji Prasad has written a great book on OTFS. We have it in our CDOT library, and it's actually gathering a lot of wear and tear, and big demand for it as well. We could look at some new waveforms there, new communication channels as well. FR1 was below 6 gigahertz. FR2 was, say, 25 gigahertz and above. FR3 is in between FR1 and FR2. We have struggled with millimeter wave trying to provide enough range. FR3 will still have limitations with regard to range. So FR1 is still, below 6 gigahertz is still the place to be, I think. And new areas like what Professor Swadesh is working on, spectrum sharing, or influence policy to actually open up some bands in the low frequencies to actually provide coverage. Those might be more important. From a sub-terahertz perspective, it'll be more like a high-speed Bluetooth-like solution with cellular credentials being used to actually exchange information. So it can enhance some of the use cases, such as immersive technologies and virtual reality and all of that, or transfer data at high rates in a very short-range network. So, but it may not really help in providing coverage, say, for example, in rural India. So we have to temper our research directions to explore all different possibilities. Distributed intelligence sensing would be very important, integrating that with communication, with the information that's there, fusing that information, and also with support for very low latency, dynamic control and robotics use cases. And then space research would be very important as well. As we think about communications, there is, even in Star Trek, for example, an enemy spaceship shows up on the display, and you want to move towards that spaceship. Now, an optimal trajectory to move to that spaceship is a geodesic, and that will continuously change the direction as it moves. But you also want to communicate with that spaceship, which means your mechanical engineering system is actually changing its direction, and if you have a directional beam, that has to move with that mechanical engineering system. So we now will have dynamic coordination between different systems, and has to happen at very low latency. So some of these things will become very interesting from a space research perspective, and I was saying we should also explore new satellite configurations as well, potentially elliptic as well to, it has to be, it shouldn't be that, just like for LEO deployments, we have a lot of satellites that have to provide coverage because their dwell time over a particular region is very short. Should maybe think of some hybrid system between LEO and MEO, or something elliptic between them that could provide with an adequate number of satellites that provides coverage. We are working on intelligent reconfigurable services. Essentially, the use cases are there are people living on one side of the hill and they don't have coverage. There's a tower on the other side of the hill. How can we reach the people, and can we put a reflecting surface on top of the hill and send the signal down to the other side? At India Mobile Congress, we had Rahman's song, Vande Mataram. We sent it up to the reflecting surface, and then we, with a directional antenna, a Vivaldi antenna, and then we received it on the other side, and we were able to play the song. So, this technology is real. We're working on codebook design for this, and if you wish to collaborate, that would be a wonderful time to actually make a difference and actually do it for India and for the world as well. So the hope is to come up with technologies that can reach rural India and hilly regions in India. But this, and complementing with satellite-based technologies, can provide that ubiquitous coverage that we seek with 6G. And as we go into the future networks with all kinds of technologies, Wi-Fi will still be there, will always be there. Most of the time we are on Wi-Fi. And then 5G, 6G, non-terrestrial networks, disaggregated radio access networks, and so on. We have to have intelligent connectivity management in these systems to figure out, what technologies are available, and then provide and utilize the best access technology to provide, services to people. In ORAN, there is this thing called the RIC, Radio Intelligent Controller, and we can think about these RICs at hierarchical levels. So you can have a near real-time RIC or a non-real-time RIC, and you can take decisions at low latencies or at or they can be delay tolerant as well to optimize. And you can be using AI ML in these systems. You can use quantum processors for optimization and so on. So and AI ML is everywhere. There are you can use it to build models of networks. You can learn that offline. You can deploy a learn model for inferencing at the edge. You can generate predictions from the model, and those predictions can be used to optimize the network. You can also use AI/ML to process live network data and take decisions as well. And the decisions can go to an optimizer, which could be quantum-based, for example. And with AI, we have a typical architecture with transformers where you have data coming in, it's encoded, goes into a latent space. And then from there, when I ask ChatGPT, hey, give me a poem or give me a story. So some output comes, and that output is fed back to generate the next set of words and so on. Now, this kind of stuff is working with natural language processing with words, but we can actually use it for network data as well. And for example, network KPIs that we might have, such as the PRB utilization or accessibility and so on, we can try to predict that. For example, here we have KPI data for a single cell. The PRB is the physical resource blocks. You can see with a single, where's the pointer? A single cell of operation, there are times when the network gets saturated and the physical resource block utilization reaches 100%. That means that some users are not getting served, and at that time the accessibility starts dropping. You want accessibility to be close to 100%, but it's dropping. And so you want to turn, you want to turn on a second cell in the network. And so these are called capacity cells that could operate at higher frequencies. And then you can see now the PRB utilization is nicely distributed between the cells. Accessibility has gone back to 100, close to 100% and so on. So, you can actually, so we are working with LLMs now. We are doing time series prediction on numerical data, and it's very successful. And so we just had demoed this as well at India Mobile Congress. And so we are using LLMs. And so what happens here is essentially with LLMs, you normally work with words. But what you're doing now is converting a small range of numbers into a word that goes into the latent hidden space. So then one number predicts the next number, predicts the next number, and it's effectively a word is predicting the next word and next word, but internally they're now effectively numbers, and the numbers are being produced in sequence. And the attention circuitry can capture big jumps as well. For example, suddenly when there's a ramp that's going on, at 8 a.m. the traffic goes up, or at 5 p.m. the traffic goes up. Those kinds of sudden jumps are actually being captured with attention circuitry in the LLM. So it's working beautifully. And if you want to collaborate on time series predictions, let me know with AI. And then, based on those predictions and actual live information, you can actually use quantum computing to optimize and take decisions. And if you only had like half the cells providing coverage, we would be at 50% energy utilization. But we can turn on these capacitor cells on demand, and we get about 27% reduction in energy savings. So ideally, we would have been at 50%. We are now at, if you had no problems for coverage. And then, so if you just kept all the cells on, you would be at 100%. With the optimal processing, with AI and optimization, we are at 73% of utilization. So we're really reaching the sustainability development goals for energy efficiency here. And so this was a digital twin for a network, for the network KPIs. But we can have digital twins for many different things, for network slices, for the resources that are being utilized, and start modeling when the resource, in a mall, area will suddenly require more resources, and then optimize the allocation of resources. Dynamic resource allocation can be considered. Personal digital twins can be very important as well in 6G. Dr. Neely is working on avatars, and I was asking her whether it was her here truly, or it was her avatar that's attending the conference. But essentially, let's say we have a holographic image of Neely actually sitting there. Maybe she's actually in Santa Clara. So, and then, as we're interacting with her, her digital model is actually reacting to the information that's coming in, and she's actually smiling. But But she might actually be, coming up with some new technology back there in Santa Clara for her car, and she may be her digital twin may just be responding to us right here. So maybe Paula, you can touch and see if she's actually here. So, these personal digital twins can be anywhere in the network. Your profile, your information is there to actually adapt. And as Paula was saying, 6G technology will be omnipresent. The definition of God is omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent. So we don't know if 6G is getting close to becoming that. But as our information pervades and the whole network becomes aware about you, it's not only omnipresent, it's omniscient, it's knowing what you want. And essentially it's becoming God to give you, to respond to your needs wherever you are. For example, your tablet, you walk into the plane and you want to watch a movie. Maybe that tablet had a profile that actually downloaded the movies, the latest, episodes, in the background before you boarded the flight from the nearest Wi-Fi access node, and you sit in your seat, it's right there. So, 6G can do great things, but what we have to think about is how do we make a difference to people? And this conference is about wireless, personal, multimedia communication. So we have to think in these directions. It's not just about wireless technology and what is the next highest frequency, sub-terahertz that I can communicate about. How can I think about use cases that can make a real difference to people? And whether it's automotive, whether it's home, or wherever you are on the road. And then application domain digital twins for smart city use cases. We can have sensors, gathering information, taking dynamic decisions. We can have digital twins for the telecommunication network versus the transportation network. And there's some traffic congestion that will affect the telecommunications, or the telecommunications is getting significantly overutilized in a particular region. You can anticipate a transportation problem. So there can be dynamic information fusion between digital twins to actually take decisions. So AI and digital twins will play a huge role in making a difference to people. And we have to find ways for good uses for people. So let's think about those. Semantic AI processing is also a very interesting direction. You have the vector database available on the transmitter. There's a vector database on the receiver. And if you can just send the query across, then you get huge amounts of compression. And this essentially can cheat Shannon, basically, by saying, hey, I'll just send some minimal information, and then I can still recover the larger body of information. Just like a Wikipedia query, for example. But one of the things that they think about here is it does not have to be exact. So the information that's received, as long as it's semantically equivalent, that should be fine. But if the databases are perfectly matching, you can actually recover the exact information. So this is a very interesting area of research for compression, for coded transmission as well. Sustainable AI processing is also going to be very important. You can think about risk functions. As you allocate more resources, the risk starts lowering. For example, if you have an LLM, and it can be a Llama 7 billion parameter, or 13 billion parameter, or 70 billion parameter. The more the number of parameters, the reliability of that LLM increases. So you reduce the risk with that. But then you're consuming so much more energy with the higher number of parameters. And also, quantization can make a difference, whether you use 4 bits of quantization or 8 bits of quantization. So that also changes the amount of resources that you use. So, if you use very minimal resources, you have a high degree of risk, a lack of trustworthiness with the AI. So your risk is pretty high. But as you start increasing the resources, you'll come to some optimal point, some inflection point where you say, okay, this is good enough, where I'm not abusing energy on the planet, I'm still using just the adequate amount of resources. And then, so for AI inferencing, for example, with different types of models, you can have a risk function that's decreasing in that form that I showed you. Similarly, for security processing, these are with elliptic curves, but as you increase the dimensionality curve, then you increase the security and trust associated with the processing, but it's going to come at a cost. So what is the optimal resource utilization that you want to use? And then there's another thing that we can do. These computing systems have to combine the operation for sustainability across domains, for security processing, for AI processing, and so on. And you can come up with an overall risk measure, which is an L2 norm. If you take the square root of each of these risks, which is an exponential decaying function, you're trying to find what is the optimal amount of resources I will use for security, for AI, and so on. And if you try to do a steepest descent, then when you differentiate with respect to each of these resources, you get the risk function. The change in the risk is the actual value of the risk and the change, the derivative of the risk function. So what this thing is saying is, what you care about, if you want to reduce the risk, which is this objective function. If the risk level is high, even a small change here will make a difference. If the risk itself is low, then, if the risk is low, then this small change may not make that much of a difference. So you have to worry about the product, not just the change in the risk, but also where you are in the current resource allocation. And so when you try to do that, proportionately, you end up, say, again, getting 28% for security and close to 72% for AI and things like that. So you can think about how you optimize your energy resources such that you minimize the risk and actually optimally distribute the resources across this. So that was about sustainability. Reaching the end of my talk, going into quantum, this is a double slit experiment that I just did in my daughter's lab in Michigan, Ann Arbor. She's working in quantum physics. 2 weeks ago, the double slit experiment, you can see the double slit in action. And what was the double slit experiment about? 2 slits, light going through it. In a physics calculations, what we would do is, we'll say, there's a wave coming here, wave coming there, and then there's constructive interference, destructive interference. But when we learn first in physics, we think it's a whole bunch of photons all going and then interfering with each other. But actually, when you slow this down and send one photon at a time, it interferes with itself through the slits and creates this pattern. As you keep sending one photon at a time, somehow they know they have to go to different places and then superimpose themselves and create this. It's not just photons, small particles, all of them have that feature. This is another double slit experiment with a different pair of slits. It's beautiful to see live. Just amazing to actually be there to see it. But as we think about this, what we have are wave functions with different possible states. And, when it comes to networks, we can think of different states. When you have multiple access nodes to connect with, each state could say, so the state is Si of t, and the state could say, I'm connected to this 5G access point or this 6G access node. And the alphas, the amplitudes, this is the amplitude. So this reflects the probability associated with the state, the alphas. And then we can think about different possible states and the probabilities associated with those states and think of a wave function. And you can think about network coloring or load optimization. You can think about quantum coordination across access nodes. So here we're looking at a UE connecting to different access nodes, and the state is which possible access node, and what's the amplitude is the square root of the probability. You can flip the problem. You can say multiple devices going through an access node, And so now there's a Hilbert space B across the devices, and then you can do a joint coordination. You have multiple access nodes, multiple UEs, and so this is a tensor product across the Hilbert spaces. And then you have wave functions where each of the UEs can be served by, say, 16 access nodes, and what is the amplitudes reflect the probabilities associated with them. So this can be a fun area for research. In India, we have recently we had the DRDO successfully test a 6-bit quantum computer with our National Quantum Vision along with TIFR, TCS. I think we're making good progress. From the NSF perspective in the US, we still have errors in quantum computation. The reliability is still limited. People think of error control around the qubits to improve the reliability. NSF is saying, let's go back to the physics and design new systems that can handle the entropy better. This was a message that came on TV as I was watching a program on quantum computing. So if you want to read it till the end. So the physicists will really solve the problems, but we think we have to go to a psychiatrist. And actually, physicists will help us. And quantum is the next realm. AI, we are already there. We'll be doing all of that information fusion and dynamic processing. But we should start thinking about quantum and thinking of developing algorithms in that direction. And as we go into future AI-enabled networks, we'll have these transformers interacting with each other, and and hierarchical realizations as well to optimize and do good things for us. And in general, with the current direction for AI, all these different topics, whether it's heterogeneous networking, digital twins for design or operations. There's a difference between design and operations. During design, you're coming up with a model for the network, thinking about what may happen. You deploy that in the network, then you got to fine-tune that during operations as well. So both are important. Zero trust processing, going towards zero energy, and then trustworthy AI, sustainability, semantic, and then quantum machine learning. But in general, for 6G, for India especially, we should try to develop innovation based on emerging technologies and try to come up with good solutions for people and target use cases that can help both not only urban communities, but also rural and edge communities. And TTDF, please go here. You all have to become entrepreneurs and develop new technology for India. So just Google TTDF and Telecom Technology Development Fund and try to apply for these research proposals. Thank you. And we'll take questions for both Paolo and me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this enriching session on quantum technology and possible research directions in 6G. Now I invite Mr. Amit Sehgal to proceed with the panel discussion.
Any questions for the keynote speaker?
Yes, there I see one student.
Yeah. Can we have a mic there, please?
Good afternoon, speakers. I just have to say I'm really enjoying the session so far, and it's been really informative. But I have a question. Since we are talking about quantum computing, in the quantum world, there's always a level of uncertainty. It's based on probabilities that, yeah, there's a high probability that we have a particle acting this way, or we can't be really sure. So when we are sending information using the quantum computing techniques you just mentioned, is there any way that we can actually verify that, yeah, what we have just computed is 100% true and can be used? And a follow-up question, what are the limitations that we see quantum computing can have? I mean, we've discussed the pros, but where does it end? What are the scenarios it can't compute or the limitations it has? Thank you.
Would you like to take them? Sure.
We have Professor TDP, he can give more details, but in my opinion, I will start with the last question. So the limitations. Well, we have so many limitations currently, especially in development. So we have to consider that quantum computers now, development and architecture is being considered a state property. So we have collaborations, but each country is developing based on its own policy. In terms of limitations of architecture, we have the DiVincenzo standard process to evaluate what is to be considered a quantum computer with high fidelity. That's the Vincenzo process, which considered the depth of fidelity of a quantum computer. We are not there yet to overcome or create any quantum supremacy yet, but the next 5 years will be promising. Promising areas where classical computation cannot deliver. Quantum computer is not here to replace entirely classical computation. No, we're going to continue having classical computation being used for different type of services, and especially because we have now also coming up with different architectures. But we have to consider that quantum computer is more dedicated for situations where we have a black box issues in which you know the output and you want to know the input or so on, you don't know the function in it. So for this kind of solutions, for instance, developing new drugs, understanding the entropy of the network, optimizing services, these are really good examples where you can use. A part of that, so we're going to continue using classical computation that is working so far very well. But I will pass the mic to Professor Delipi.
Thanks. Just to add to Paulo's thing, from the quantum information perspective, the wave function is a superposition of different states. The amplitudes are, say, the square roots of the probabilities. The moment you observe a photon, it collapses to one of the possible states. You can actually never replicate a quantum state because it is hidden to you, but you can manipulate with the probabilities with quantum processing, and if you're trying to do a quantum search, you can try to direct the search so that the amplitude associated with one of the states keeps improving. Say, hey, here 60 coverage is getting better, and we'll start moving the alpha related to that and modify the quantum computation. But you want to decide what access node to use, for example. You will take a measurement and let it say, hey, the answer is 5G, or the answer is 6G. So it'll pick one solution for you. So, but you can manipulate with the probabilities in the quantum circuitry. The moment you make an observation, you get one answer. So how do you know whether you have it right? When you try to do quantum simulations, you actually try to do the simulations many times also, and then you try to get an average over the results. Now, these days, because of the entropy in the computation, because the errors exist, we do the simulations, and essentially we can cheat the entropy by trying to see, hey, will I get a high probability of this being the better answer over the other one? Then, somewhat like a Monte Carlo simulation in the quantum realm, and then you get better confidence in the results. And as Paolo was saying, yes, there are limitations with quantum circuitry. Typically, because we have to make this work today with cryogenic temperatures and all of that, it's going to sit somewhere else, and people are trying to work with qubits that can actually work in room temperature with the entropy and maybe multiple simulations and trying to get an average result from an ergodic perspective. But classical computers will solve most of our problems. The more difficult problems we'll try to approach with quantum. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we can take rest of the questions offline during the lunch break. So with this is quite motivating with such young researchers thinking about, at least thinking of starting to work on quantum technologies. So we know that the future is quite bright, and we are definitely going to have really amazing new technologies coming up on quantum technologies. Thank you, Dr. Ashna, for coordinating the keynotes. So I know that I'm holding you back from the lunch, but we still have to wait for a bit more time before we go ahead for the lunch. So we have one panel discussion, the next one. The topic for the panel is looking forward towards 6G, research opportunities, challenges, and industry expectations. To begin the panel with, I would like to invite the panel moderator, Dr. Sendil Kumar, Director, Standards and Spectrum Ericsson. May I formally introduce the guest. Dr. Sendil currently is responsible for driving the standardization activity in international bodies like ITU-R, APT, and 3GPP, as well as in regional standard bodies like TEC and TSDSI. He represents Ericsson in various committees set up by Department of Telecom, such as 60 Task Force and National Study Group. And he has contributed as delegation of Indian administration in the International Telecommunication Union meetings to drive contributions from India on IMT 2020 and IMT 2030. And other national interests. He has representations in various industry associations like COAI, IAFI, BIF, 5G India Forum, Indo-EU, GSA, and many more. He drove Ericsson's local and global standardization leadership in 4G, 5G areas. Dr. Sendil is also responsible for Ericsson's global group function, standards, and research operator coordination on standard, cooperator partners, academia, and external industry on standardization aspects. So thank you, Dr. Sendil, for being here. So it's an honor for us. We're sure that with your presence, we are going to have a wonderful panel discussion.
Okay. So first we'll have lunch because already since we are delayed, let's have lunch and then we have time to adjust subsequently. We'll see.
Sure.
Here we can do the lunch in time. Okay.
Right. So change of plan, sudden change of plan. So let's break for the lunch, and we'll continue with the session after lunch. Thank you very much.
a very generous introduction earlier, and sorry for stepping into the lunchtime earlier. And we were listening to the earlier two keynote speakers, which were focused on a lot of academic research and quantum compute. And then we have this panel where all the four panelists today are from industry background, and they are also into including the developments of 6G. We also have panelists who are also from been in the operator side. Some of us have been in the vendor side. So the idea is to just look into the timelines of how the 6G developments are happening in different forums, and then would like to have some interesting discussions and perspectives from industry, that what they expect in 6G, and then what kind of challenges or research opportunities we have. And most of the time, at least, I have met all my colleagues in the panel in most of the industry discussions. Most of the audience are from industry, and I've been telling that our interaction should be such that it is at least interested to the academic students here. At least I'm seeing, at least there are few countable academic students at the back side, but I don't see much. But please feel free to be more interactive in the session. I know it's going to be hard because we are just after the lunch. Thanks. Before I start my short presentation, I would like to invite my other colleagues onto the panel. Sandeep Sharma, he is from Tech Mahindra, and he's also head of emerging technologies. He has an expertise in ORAN and been part of Ericsson before. And good to have you, Sandeep, here on the stage. Thanks. Dinesh Chand Sharma, he is a director standardization, policy and regulation from SESE. I would say he connects the EU activities and standardization efforts that's happening in EU, and then probably we can ask what we could learn from the EU-related activities on the 6G research. I'd like to next invite Saurabh Mittal. He is now with TCS. He is the principal consultant on, and he has also been a vice chair of the Spectrum Group in the Bharat 6G Alliance. He was with Airtel before, and he carries experience about how to deploy 5G networks, and has been with a lot of other discussions on the 6G initiatives also. And also like to invite Professor Madhukar Deshmukh from Sharda University. Please join us. So, from an industry perspective, I'll just take just 10 minutes to set the stage, and so we are on what we are expecting, and probably we will be able to deliver something what the students can take back and see if there is something which they can prioritize in the research activities, at least from the, if they are focused on 6G. So at least from, so these are slides, some of them from the ITU perspective, and some of the timelines are from 3GPP. And one of the key expectation from Ericsson side is every 10 years or a decade, we have a next generation of technology coming in. And we believe when we talk about 6G, it is more focused around the cyber-physical world. You have different ways of calling it digital twin. Digital twin is not necessarily only about entire city. It's about factories, even the telecom networks, or even a small operations that is happening. And then we would like to see what are different technology components that break in. So I will not jump in very detail. So this is like 6 pillars that we think are going to be very key when it comes to 6G around that time frame, 2030 time frame. So when we say 6G, it doesn't mean that these are only possible with 6G. It is also possible with existing 5G network. Maybe we may not be able to scale up to a large extent. For example, global broadband. So global broadband means we are assuming today we have mobile phones, but then you would have heard a lot about happening in media and everywhere. We are talking about phones directly talking to satellites. We believe that is going to be a reality where there will be different satellite-based connectivity that will definitely happen. And this is one of the important aspects all administrations or all governments are looking forward. They want when the citizen is leaving their town where there is no terrestrial coverage, maybe on a hilly terrain or maybe taking a cruise somewhere, they always want them to be connected if they are human beings. What if there is containers, shipyards, right? I mean, there are containers moving in. They also need to be connected. As of now, they all use some kind of satellite connectivity to track, but then we are expecting that 3GPP will become one wireless technology which will address so many other applications. Maybe we can discuss more in details, but I would want to hear more from our panel members. So from a 3GPP perspective, most of you, those who have heard about 3GPP, it's a place where standards developments happen, but then it is a cycle. It's a continuous machinery which continuously generates specifications, right? So if you look at this, we have release 15, 16, 17. Over here, it's a well-defined timeline. But that does not mean every country will, or an operator will deploy as soon as the first release comes. It's same as like every time a new iPhone is released, there are people who want to invest it, buy the phone. But then there are certain class of people who want to buy only after 1 year of experience. So same is the case, 3GPP continues to develop the standards, but then it is deployed in a different time and different market. It depends a lot of other factors how it is deployed. So we see that right now, if you look at, it was 2022 when we had the first 5G in India. We are 2024, 2 years, right? We have just completed 2 years from October 2022 to October 2024, right? And then we believe we deployed 5G, but there is a lot of 5G evolution, 5G advance. These technologies will also come to market. So this will also define what kind of innovation is needed, how to use this technology, right? And these things will actually keep on incremental, add more values when you start defining what kind of 6G research we need to do, what kind of solutions we need to build to put into a 6G network. So this is how the networks are deployed. What we saw is how the standards were developed. This is a timeline how we see that the networks will be deployed over time. If you look at 2024 to 2027, we have 5G NSA, 5G SA. Those who are not aware of the terminology, it's called standalone network and non-standalone network. And then over time, we go into a time frame when the standards are available, that is 2030. So every year, there are countries who want to take this opportunity and say, oh, we want to deploy the first 5G in the country. So 2022, Korea and other nations that took some pride to deploy the first pre-commercial technology. Similarly, 2030, there will be countries who will take a lead and start deploying 6G technology. Maybe if it is not commercial, at least a non-commercial network. So there is a lot of gap, standards, and then always we have been talking about what is the use case for 6G. What exactly is the use case that will drive? And people may say, okay, I have a holographic projector here, but then there is a lot of things that has to happen. What is the kind of data rate needed? How much of bit pipe is needed? How do I convert, or how many cameras do I need to take videos of that person who is physically standing? So there are a lot of opportunities from a research perspective which need to align so that those use cases can actually be mapped into a commercial product. This is another timeline that typically we always refer to is at ITU what we do, right? So at ITU level, it is still a minimum requirement from an ITU to say, okay, this technology is now can be certified as 6G technology, but there are a lot of process that happens outside ITU where the research and contributions happen. I'll not dwell much into this, and this is something I think one of the keynote speakers also mentioned about this, where there is an extension of 5G which we talk about, a typical broadband extension or a machine type communication. But then what you see here is ubiquitous connectivity, AI and sensing. We'll have more questions on this topic. We can ask what are the such challenges, what our panelist member believe, and what research opportunities do we have in making such usage a reality in 2030 timeframe. And this is a timeline from an Ericsson perspective. When we say the technology is being developed, there are pre-commercial systems that will be available in 2028 timeframe, commercial system in 2030. But then it all depends on, are we ready with some use cases? Have we addressed all those challenges to make such applications ready? We are talking about immersive. I think many people have spoken about it. But to make an immersive communication a reality, can we have a form factor of a goggles with less power consumption to make it reality, right? Right now it's all in big sizes. So there are opportunities that happens outside 3GPP and standard development also. At this point, so this is what is being discussed in various regional programs. We have Next Year Alliance, Hexa, Bharat 6G Alliance, Mr. Pathakji is here, right? And then we have IMT 2030 promotion group. All these groups actually get together with all the stakeholders. The one who is building network, the one who is building applications, OTT, the IT infra providers, and the industries also who want to use the technology. So they all sit together and say, this is what we would want to deploy, so that one standard, one wireless link can be deployed globally. So I'll skip this point because we'll hear from others. And we also have Dinesh here from SSA. He represents the European activities. Maybe I'll start with him to share some thoughts. We believe when it comes to 5G, there was a METIS project. We had a lot of funds that was put into research. I want to know what is the scale of fund that is put into 6G research, and are there any priorities, how they are putting into academic research and industrial collaborations in Europe? You can start sharing and then I'll come to the stage. Do you have an extra mic? Oh, here.
Thank you, Sendil. First of all, very good afternoon, and it's an honor and pleasure to be a part of this panel discussion. We thought like it's a continuation of what Sendil just showed in terms of the timeline when you see the standardization and the commercial rollout of it. The slide which you see in your screen, it's also aligned with the 3GPP timeline, which you just saw from Sendil, and then even the ITU WRC23 and WRC27. So SNS, which is a Smart Network Services joint undertaking in Europe, prior to that, there was a 5G PPP, a public 5G public-private partnership, under which the Hexa-X was launched along with many research projects. Somewhere around 10 projects were launched way back in 2021, funded by the European Commission to the tune of around 100 plus million euros. With that as an exploratory start of research project, which was under the umbrella of Horizon Europe. And Horizon Europe is the biggest program in Europe with 100 billions of euros dedicated for research work, and a major portion comes to 6G. But to have a focused approach on 6G, while they started with 5G public-private partnership and establishment of 6G Industry Association, which you saw in one of his slides, to bring the industry to become a partner to the research work, which happens through various stakeholders, this SNS joint undertaking roadmap was developed. And if you see, they started with 2021, taking the work which was done by 5G PPP, and then they divided because they knew when the commercial thing will happen, before that what all we should do in such a way that we meet those timelines, both aligning with the ITU and 3GPP. So in the phase one, which was a preliminary phase, they says it's an exploratory phase because we are still at the pre-standardization, preliminary research for the duration of 2 years they started, but then right now we are in 2024, which means let's start working on creating a healthy ecosystem. And for that, they decided the topics of evolutionary 5G, verticals, a requirement, what will be the different requirements, the concept definitions, while focusing majorly on sustainability side of it, microelectronics, and you cannot build an ecosystem without having the international partnership and cooperations. And that is where EU and India comes in play. We have various partnership instruments to fund these research. Like, for example, Department of Science and Technology work with the EU DG RTD to have the joint proposal as well. Then they said, okay, 2024 to 27, what we should do, we should focus more on the detailed design system and how to take care of the optimization and standardization and creating the platform. And then this will become the initial 6G before we go for WRC27. Then we must talk about, not only do a research, but also talk about the large-scale pilots, which could be a pre-commercial before we actually see a release developed by 3GPP, for example, release 21. Before it goes into commercial, whatever research you have done, we must prove that the pre-commercials are tested around those, and then they are ready to roll out. There's one more slide, and maybe if you cannot show the slides, but during these phases, there are a number of projects they have launched. And I can tell you in summary, for example, in summary, there are 510 million euros, which has been allocated for 78 projects. On a higher level, I showed you in the last slides, but when you go down further, At beginning of 23, they launched, first phase was there, and in the first phase, there were 35 research and innovation projects were launched with 9 key technological areas to do the exploration, concepts, and definitions. Then the second phase comes, and in second phase, they have 27 new projects, new research projects to continue that phase 1 activities and take it to the phase 2. And then the phase 3 is also there, which is 16 new projects. These are different streams they have created, different topics. As we heard Professor Umasankar said in the beginning, we must know the problem statement. I mean, what do we want to solve when we talk about a 6G technology? So that's how they created those different projects focusing on different topics, different problem statement, and what you're trying to solve at the end of it through those research projects. So it's a big list I cannot cover as a part of panel discussions. But there are list of projects which has been addressing the entire segment or possibilities which IMT has defined it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dinesh. I think you quoted some big numbers. Those are things to remember, some billions of euros. And then you also mentioned about, you started, the European project started in 2021. When India started deploying 5G, already there was investment going into 6G research. I want to ask a question to Saurabh. If you can wear your old hat as an operator, as a Airtel. It's been just two years, like I mentioned. What was the initial thoughts when the first 5G network was deployed, and how do you see what kind of innovation has gone into this technology compared to 4G and 5G? And then how do you connect that? What do you expect more from the next generation of the technology?
Thank you, Sandil, and thank you also to the organizing team for inviting me over here. And of course, it's just a 1 month old hat, so I can for sure share some of the experiences from my operator life. I think for me, I see some students, so I don't want to have some technical jargons. But for me, I think the key takeaway for 5G innovation, I would want to use the 5 acronym as an easy way of looking at things. So F, it is for flexibility. I think that was probably the biggest innovation which was there from 4G to 5G. Because now there was a waveform, OFDMA, which was essentially catered for all different kind of scenarios, whether it was what is called as EMBB, mobile broadband, or MMTC, or URLCC. So there was a uniform design which was essentially possible, and the network architecture was done in a very flexible manner. So I think that is the very core of the 5G technology part of it. The second is I. I is probably can stand for Industry 4.0, because this was first time a wireless network was essentially moving from a consumer network to an industrial network and together, right? So not saying that it is only for industry or only for consumer, but then the Industry 4.0 was something which was essentially one of the big cornerstones of the entire evolution design of the 5G. Now, V is a very trivial term, but I think it is very, right? So very high MIMO. For example, in the radio, earlier the radio designs were always 2T2R at max 44R. But in 5G, the massive MIMO, I think, came as a very central part of the radio design part of it. And then, of course, this could be taken backward to 4G also, and then, many things were possible. It is also very high spectrum range, right? So earlier, cellular networks were restricted to 2 gigahertz, 3 gigahertz kind of spectrum. Now, you could go to millimeter wave, very high channel bandwidth, very high data rates, right? So I think this V is going to essentially signify the change which happened from going from 4G to 5G. And E, the last of the 5 FIVE, I think can stand for extensibility, right? So, or programmability part of the network. Right? So I think these were the very important fulcrums of the network. The second part is, if I say from an India perspective, I firmly believe that in India 5G happened at a very good time. 4G networks are congested from the capacity perspective, and 5G essentially provided a good amount of capacity and at a right technology maturity as well, right? So sometimes when you start very early, the elements are not very mature. But when India started deploying in 2022, I mean, most of the operators in India deploy massive MIMO networks. These are generation 2 massive MIMO elements. And as a result, the radio network capacity and performance is amongst one of the best. India's performance, I mean, and this is something which I have shared at many forums, from 2022, October 22 to, I mean, this year's quarter has really remarkably jumped from, I mean, somewhere in the rank of hundreds to somewhere in the ranks of tens, I mean, globally. It all has been possible because India went on to, all the operators in India went on to deploy latest generation of products, and this is really what translated into a really great improvement. But having said that, I think I'll take a pause in terms of the timeline part that you mentioned. I mean, not just in India, but globally, most of the operator, what they have deployed is just release 16 at max kind of numbers, right? So, and these are something which will probably start to get upgraded to release 17 and beyond, I mean, something from next year onwards also, right? So what has happened is that, you know, the pace of standardization and pace of the network rollouts, commercial network rollouts, I think there is a time lag into that. So, you know, before we will, I mean, of course, we will talk about the 6G, but then the point which I'm trying to come to is that the level of services and the use cases that you see today in the 5G networks are not really representative of the whole range of the 5G or 5G advanced per se, right? Because the networks are still release 16 at max part of it. There will be, I mean, red cap devices, which is reduced capability. This is a very interesting term which always gets introduced into, I mean, making more cheaper sensor devices. Then there are going to be, I mean, slicing kind of use cases and many other use cases which will come as we'll have, I mean, 5G advanced also coming along. But I think one thing which is probably driving, and I think I would say that in the industry, which is coming very, very important as we talk about from 5G, 5G advanced to 6G related discussion, is emerging importance of the sustainability, the integration of AI and sensing with the communication. I'm just putting them together. I mean, again, acronym of SIX6 coming from that part. I think sustainability is something very important. The additional input of integration of computing, AI, and sensing along with the communication. I think these are the two. And X, I mean, that's my something which is favorite. X is X. Right? It could be from a security. It could be saying that okay, it can be anywhere. Ubiquitous related coverage and those kind of things. So wherever 5G use cases have not been able to reach, so this X probably is going to extend to that part. Right? So I would say that, but the challenge is, I think, and again, just 1 month old hat. So very honestly, from an operator perspective, the very, very important part is the sustainability of the, not of the network. I think the sustainability of the industry itself, telecom industry itself. Because every generation of network means huge investments. Now, how and who will be able to sustain these investments as an operator, as a suppliers, as chipset developers, as software developers? I think that's something which is going to be very important. So, one of those asks is going to be that, you know, can we move away from the hardware dependence, right? So, how can we be more software upgradable version, right? So, can we actually stop doing this G's of the network? You know, I think let me stop there because this is a new hat, so maybe there will be more things to cover.
Thanks, sir. I want to hold a thought before we jump to 6G. Sandeep, from Tech Mahindra perspective, I think when an operator deploys a network, it's a wide-scale network, pan-India, big circles. And the same 5G network is also become very attractive to private networks. In 2 or 3 radios or something, and then you want to address. So what is your perspective on that? How 5G is picking up in private industries, and what do you think the role 6G could deliver in future? If you think that it is, you already started using 5G more.
No, I think, thanks Handel, thanks the audience as well for staying active post-lunch. I think 5G has done a lot of great things to the society, is still doing, but there are certain things that we should be cautious of. till 4G, we are more centered around looking at the networks as just like voice and data networks. But 5G flexibility brings the benefit of using it for the industries, for the enterprises as well. But that enterprises have their own specific use case. For example, certain industries are more savvy on the security part of it, so they are more focused on security. Some are more savvy on the data side of it, so they focus on the data part of it. At the same time, certain functionality in the network like slicing, URLLC, which are not explored to the extent it should have been explored because not all the networks are SA. I think the immediate need for the network is to move towards SA so that the realistic use case for the industries could be realized. At the same time, there are certain challenges that are also in the industry as well. If you look at 3GPP evolution of the standards, they are mostly centered around how we look at the networks, forgetting about how the sensors industries are evolving around it, whether the industries that are going to use these sensors are 5G capable. You hardly find a couple of vendors which are 5G capable drones which are available. And then we say, okay, we are not able to leverage the benefits of 5G. So as we move towards 6G, I think the onus lies on us. I think the industries are doing phenomenal work around it. Whole ecosystem has to look in 6G in the similar direction and look at more additional aspects which are happening in the industry, like quantum we talked about. AI is an important area, but AI is still till 5G is an afterthought. If you are looking at 6G, it has to be thought very well in advance. And it should not be a centralized decision making, because the moment you go for a centralized decision making, it calls for its own delays. And industrial use cases are not meant for delays. All the decisions has to be taken much faster. And super important, I think Saurabh touched on the sustainability part of it. All these LLMs having a higher order of compute is good, it's efficient from the processing perspective. But look at the energy consumptions. Does it really make sense to take that benefit for a use case and use the adverse effect of it with the high power consumptions? I think industry need to look at more research and innovation in the areas how we can bring efficient compute and the reliable compute. Maybe distributed computing could be a distributed AI could be an area around it, and spending energy and time on the areas which takes care of 90% of the network. 90%, not on the 10%, because 10% still can give you such suitable returns, looking at only the dense urban scenarios, looking at the complex use cases, but 90% industry is looking for the coverage. I think most of you will agree today we hardly complain about speed, we complain about coverage most of the time. Because you can sustain, you can tolerate a bit of a low speed, but not the coverage. So ubiquitous coverage in 6G and connection with the NTN in the 5G Advanced that started, with the essence of IE, I believe should be the priorities for 6G as we go further.
Thanks. I already got an indication that we are running out of time. I think one of the terminology we did discuss about is joint sensing and communication. I believe Professor Madhukar is also expert in the topic, I was told. I want you to share some thoughts on in your opinion, what is the role of sensing and how it plays an important role in 6G? I mean, if you can share thought about what is the academic interest in those areas?
Because you guys are industry guys, and you look at your perspective of looking at that is different, our perspective is different, sure. So we talk about, our interest is to technology, how to do research in technology. That is our interest, especially. I worked on sensing before. So that point in time, sensing and cognitive radio networks. So that was the idea to provide the spectrum mobility. For spectrum mobility, it requires spectrum sensing. So before standardization of 5G was happening at those days, so that time this was the thought. Now they are saying we require sensing and localization. Sensing is seen in this. And problem is sensing signals, they have larger paths of reflected signals. And because of that, and communication does not have. So maintaining UOS of these both is a difficult thing. So how to do that? And if we want, moreover, 6G will exploit the, not the massive MIMO also, but distributed MIMO. So distributed MIMO will have sensing devices, sensing nodes all over the, cell or network, and this network only will sense and reflect the information to wherever it is computed. So this temporal problems will be there. So in technology side, but it is having a lot of use cases, like for machine type of communication in, let us say, factories, because I 4.0, industry 4.0, or you have outdoor scenarios like in airports, etc. So I think this is the second. So a lot of challenges are there. In technology side.
Thanks, Professor. Before we close, I just wanted to add an aspect of sensing how industry is developing or looking forward 60 standards is basically if you use radar, we can always see how far the object is. But then the way the telecom equipment vendors and the operators we see is there are already enough infra deployed in the network. For example, so many towers are there, base stations are there. And if I am already talking to, say, a mobile device, and then based on the receiver characteristics, I can know how much multipaths are active. And then if there is a vehicle mode, for example, in the factory environment, if there is a robot which is talking or connected to the network, and then if there is a moving object, based on the reflected number of paths, can I predict that there is an object which is coming close to a moving device? Basically, without adding additional resources, using the existing control channel information and the data communication, can I have more information being sensitive? That's not necessarily AI. We are just saying, can you do a little bit more signal processing based on the channel estimation that we are doing? And then we say, okay, we are doing sensing of objects around unconnected object. So that's how we see that operators will be able to expose these services to maybe making money more out of sensing from the infra. So this is how we see as integrated sensing as a role in the 6G. Yeah. Yes. Thanks. Maybe at this point, maybe because of less time, we should close the session. I would like to thank all the panelist members, and probably during tea break, if you want to catch up, we can definitely continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. May I request Professor Avinash Kumar, Head IPR Cell, Sharda University, to felicitate the speakers. Dr. Sandil. If you have any questions after the session, maybe during the break, we can take those questions. In paucity of time, we are just continuing with the next panel. So the man behind the show, Dr. Madhukar Deshmukh. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sure that such kind of insights coming straight from the industry will be a great value addition, and we have got a lot of inputs about what exactly is going on from industry. IT team, please get the other system installed. IT team, laptop connect kara dejiye. सेंधिल है ना, उनको सेंटर में रख लेना। अच्छा, इसमें डॉक्टर अजय को सेंटर में रखना। इधर लगेगा। कौन सी प्रेजेंटेशन होगी? अभी कौन सी पैनल 2 वाली जो डाउनलोड की है ना, ये वाली। हाँ, ये सेकंड पैनल। अब इसमें 3 है सर। उसको देख लेंगे अपने। बीच वाली चल रही है कुछ फॉर्मेट अलग है? पीडीएफ है, जिनमें से ऊपर नीचे से। अच्छे हैं। इसको सेंटर में 2 कर दो। सेंटर में 2 कर दो। अविनाश जी कर दो उनके साथ। Let's begin with the second panel. So theme for the next panel is standards, intellectual property in wireless telecommunication, the evolving legal space. So coming from industry standards to the IPR, I think this is one of the very critical aspect in case of commercialization of any technology, whether it is hardware or software. So IP plays a very critical role, and the legal issues and compliances, any new researcher, whenever they are building something new, whether it is a protocol or any device, the legal issues, the compliances and the IPR is something which everyone has to take care right from the day one. So to go ahead with this panel, I would like to formally introduce the moderator for this panel, Dr. Ajay Garg, Director, Digital Tech and Law Group, Anand and Anand. Dr. Garg is an electrical engineer with doctoral degree from IIT Kanpur. He is a seasoned technocrat with 25 plus years of experience and a proven track record for professional excellence. Known for his target-driven approach and pushing the boundaries of innovation, Dr. Garg devised and led from the front myriad mission-critical digital transformation initiatives at mighty Government of India. Apart from being a key contributor to various technology-oriented trade and policy-related strategic forms of Government of India, which include AI, data, cybersecurity, technology regulations, and emerging technology. Currently, Dr. Garg is heading the Digital Tech and Law Group at Anand and Anand in the process of evolving expertise on legal and advisory aspects of emerging tech, including AI. As a senior director in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, he was tasked with the responsibilities of key divisions, including startup, innovation and IPR, international cooperation, and IT/ITES industry promotion, among others. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. Please join the stage. Okay. So may I request you to welcome and introduce the other speakers?
Thank you, sir. Let me first call on the dais Mr. R.K. Pathak. He is a seasoned IAS officer from the Department of Telecom and has held a lot of key positions in the department, including market access policies, and he has been a chief negotiator of around many of the FTAs and international forums around telecom space. Dr. Pathak has been the fulcrum of the DOT for many, many years, and he has been instrumental in what I will say is modernizing the telecom ministry. I know it personally. He initiated a very important initiative way back, 15 years back, of setting up the TDSI body, which can look at taking Indian research into standards and then to the commercial space. And right now he heads a very important portfolio in the Department of Telecom, that is the Bharat 6G Alliance, which has been given a responsibility to make India as one of the leading players in the IP space and the commercial space when the 6G evolves. Welcome, sir. Can I now call upon Siddhant Chamola, one of the smart, young, and budding lawyer around the SCP space, and he's an associate partner in Anand and Anand, a graduate from National Law School, Jodhpur. Siddhant has worked on a number of important litigations around the SCP space, and understand that the SCP is one of the very critical issues in the telecom space. So welcome, Siddhant. May I now call upon Meghna to the stage. She is a director, ISA Center, a lawyer by qualification, but a think tank in itself by practice. That's how I call Meghna. She's one of the very smart young professionals working in many areas, including the telecom space, be it the platform economy, be it blockchains. She's very active around the AI space also, and the ISA Center. So currently she's the director of the ISA Center, a think that generates empirical research and informed thought leaderships that catalyze the new policy contracts for future. We also had Mr. Devanshu Khanna, associate partners at Singh & Singh Law Firm, but unfortunately because of some family commitments, medical commitments, he has to leave. In the last, I will call upon Avinash, Dr. Avinash Kumar, your own professor and head of IPR cell. Previously, he was the associate director at IPR in the Department of in DRDO, Department of Research and Development for Defense Research, a very important arm of India's strategic economy, and many of the important patents and IP that have been evolved, be it in the light combat aircraft, the missiles and all, have actually gone through his hands. And right now he is actually spearheading the activity at Sharda University as professor and head of IPSL. So welcome, Avinash. And I'll give you a privilege to just introduce why you actually introduced this session on IPR and standards in a WPMC conference, which is around the academic space per se.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. You see, yes, you have rightly pointed out that probably the first time that a separate panel discussion on the topic of standards and IP in wireless communication has been introduced. And the reason is simple. You see, this is in sync with the current policy of Government of India. Dr. Ajay, as you can recall, there was a very important gathering in New Delhi. This was
standardization assembly for wireless communication. And India government has, as a policy, stated that as far as 6G is concerned, it wants to take a lead role. It says that as far as 4G and 5G, it has merely followed the standards set by others. But it has set a very ambitious target that as far as 6G is concerned, it will take a leadership role. Now, how can any country take a leadership role unless until they have a requisite number of patents? You see, patents define it's a currency for technological leadership. So unless until a country has a right portfolio as far as standard is concerned, whether it is 4G, 5G, 6G, it cannot occupy the high tables of standard setting. So it is in sync with the Government of India stated policy. In fact, third party has already said that we are doing very well as far as the 6G patenting is concerned, and many Indian entities, including IIT Madras, has filed patent application. The total is around 200. People say we have crossed already 200. Most of the patents in blockchain. My learned colleagues will tell about more. So the idea was, if we have to file around 10% of the 6G patent, that's the target of Indian government, that next 3 years, we have to file, India is set to file at least 10% of the total patents filed in the area of 6G. That is the ambitious target. And now if government has to achieve that ambitious target, then it has to be a collaborative effort. You see, government policy setting target is fine, but who will file the patent application? So here's the role of academia. And we said, why not we have a separate session on IP in all important WPMC event. So, and we are grateful to the organizer of WPMC, grateful to Dr. Madhukar that they have accepted our request and separate panel. And in identifying, as far as identifying the expert is concerned, my old friend for almost 24 years, he was very helpful, Dr. Ajay Garg, and his firm, Mr. Anand and Anand. In fact, for this particular panel discussion, they have worked as a knowledge partner of Sharda University. So they have identified the right panelist, and we could not have hoped for a better panelist than the people on this dais. So that was the idea, Ajay, that why not have a session, and then we are grateful that you have done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash, and thanks for giving us this opportunity to all five of us in this session. And let me come directly to the topic. I know we are already delayed by quite a bit, so we have to. So we all understand that if you have to create a common set of rules around a space, and that too in a commercial space, standards are the method by which you create a common set of rules for a device, technology, or a method to operate. And that's the whole genesis around which standards have been evolved around the world. There are a number of leading, so BIS is one of the traditional Indian entities handling standards. So a common standard is that all devices have to operate at 240 volts. As researchers and then technologists, you can differ on opinions that whether 240 or 220 volts is the best voltage on which a device should operate, or it should be 180, 140, 120. But yes, the standard has been evolved that it has to operate on 220 volts, and that's the rule on which you people are also forced to actually centralize your research on. Now in the telecom space, this becomes a little more complicated because the telecom space is an interoperable space, not only within a nation, within a geography, or it has to be interoperable cross-border. And so you have to have common set of rules or standards by which you can actually make these telecom operations seamlessly working across the globe, and you are able to actually access your device. When it came to mobile, the device remains the same, whether you are here or in US or in Europe or in Japan. And your device should seamlessly operate in all geographies, and you don't have to every time change your device for communicating, and you need to communicate between two countries. So you are able to call from US to India or from India to US. We don't understand how much of the technology and standards are flowing. Now, when the technology standards started evolving, so there is another method by which a technology is actually played around in the legal or in the tangible space, is that the technologies needs to be patented also, if you want to commercially benefit from the development of a certain technology. Now these technologies, most of these technologies either owned by research institutes, academic institutes, or large corporates, when they flow into the standard space, there is something which is called as standards and patents. And if these standards are essential for a technology to operate, like if there has to be a node-to-node connectivity between towers, and that's a technology which makes it operate, but without that, there cannot be any wireless communication happening. So it becomes what is called as a standard essential patent. Now, this space, because the telecom space of today is more than a $300 billion industry, and so it's one of the largest happening space. And the change that has happened in the last 25, 30 years, from the late 90s when it was really in it, where mobiles was not a thing that was thought upon, but in 2024, mobile is becoming a supercomputer in your hands. This has been the pace which has never happened before. It is said that what the telecom space or the mobile communication space did in 24 years, the same thing happened after in the machine age, or when the first laws of motion were evolved. It took 200 years for the same change to happen, what has happened in 25 years in the telecom space, and that has been the speed, and the speed is increasing faster as day by day. So it has become a very, very important space. But the sad part of it is that these standards and standards patents have actually got limited to few large corporates. Previously, these few large corporates were from the West. Now, one important player from the East has also emerged in the last one or two, have emerged from the East. East is, I'm not talking about Japan, but a country which is actually sharing borders with us. So they have also evolved, and this has created what is called as a divide between the West and the East. And this divide has created what is called as a trust deficit in this space. And how do you create trusted partners and trust deficits, and how does the standards and SCPs will become critical in the geopolitics of tomorrow is another very important subject to be thought upon when we as a country is thinking. So what I thought is that first, let me give this to the government hat, Mr. Pathak, to actually start off this discussion that how are we actually placed in this space today, and how are we planning to evolve ourselves as a nation to become little more self-reliant in the mobile communication space.
PPT.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, organizers, my friend Ajay. In fact, standards, first, I think we have to understand what is standard. Standard is a business. So if you are dealing with the standard, then you have to deal like a business person. It's not simple words. So I think each one has to think in that way. I belong to an organization called Bharat 6G, and that's a 1-year-old baby, one can say. We are trying to crawl. Why I am saying so, that I think he briefly described what is the standard part and what is SEP. More important have been that India or Bharat has not been the player. What are the different cause and what are the various actions we have to take? So this is basically a sentimental story, and it belongs to me itself. When Telecom Standard Development Society was formed, then I realized that India is a consumer or adopter, and we don't have anything to say on standards. What can we do? We set up TSDSI, one of the 7th partner in 3GPP, where standard of 3GPP started flowing, and that's what 4G, 5G, 6G, whatever you call it. Maybe I think they, right now presently they are leading. So it's not ITU, it's the 3GPP and so many others forum where standards are being discussed. And let me very categorically say, because I am not in the government, that we have to be part of standard setting. 1.4 billion, we can't be adopter or consumer. You have to be there on the table. You took the name of BIS. If I know, then mostly they are the again adopter or consumer. There is no contributions from the country in either in IEC or any forum. So I think whatever is developed, simply we follow and we say that we are the standard setting. So I think that's what I am saying. So this is a story. In simple word, this is a standard essential patents. You can see the standard at one part. I have shown here. I could not use this. Okay. And patent is something else. There is an in-between space which is called standard essential patents. One can say that SEP is inclusive, standard exclusive. So there are certain, we call it essential, means without that if something can't operate, then we say, yes, it's essential, and for that you get the royalty. There can be so many other patents as well, but they are not, we call it SEP, but they can't generate the revenue. So I mean, in simple word, I just wanted to show this diagram, and once you, I think, just go through it, then I think you will understand that what is meant by standard essential patents. We see all the patents around us, like you can see driving a car, how they are, talking to each other are so many in the, even in the 5G advance. The machines will be talking to each other, objects will be talking to each other, and wherever I think, then we come up across standards, and whatever is there matched in standards, and they do the patenting, that is called standard essential patents. So these are the some example. But what is more interesting is that this has been, I think I told by Ajay also, that by countries in US, China, South Korea, Japan, Canada and Australia, and to some extent now just started by India as well. So that was the first, I think, step. In case of 5G, we did certain IPs, SEPs I will say. We have been attending those meetings, but there has not been any contributions. And my friend was saying that India government has targeted 10,000 IPRs, at least 1/6 of contribution 6G. What is meant by 10,000 IPRs or whatever he says patent? That you have to be part of 3GPP, and they call it something like change request. Since I have all my friends, they are attending those meetings. I am not, I am just outsider, I have been in the government. But for making 5G change request, you will get one something like IP, etc. So I think we have to be on the table. I can see from the audience, our students, they are not interested. So if you are not interested to joining such meetings, then again will be the just laggard or adopter of technology, you can't be the leader. And this is the one of the reason that in India, earlier there were 5-6 participants. Right now, presently, there are 55 companies participating from India in 3GPP out of a total strength of 700. We call it individual member there. And TSDSI is the organization partner. But we have to increase it to more than 100, 150, 200. I think we have to wait for the day when there will be more participation from India, then only we can say that we will be the adopter, innovator of technology. This is just to indicate that there are certain technologies which generates, one can say, IPs, SAPs. So today is like it's the car and chipset and others, and tomorrow it will be so many, because sensing has been added, AI has been added, and once we say 6G, then even quantum and all, so whatever you call it, all will be integral part of. So if just this is a special case for 6G, that there is something called base stations and then core, and so many devices will be there. So if you just say, then most of these SAPs, IPs are on 65% at radio, RAN part, and then comes the 15% the core, and all are important for a country like India. 6G will be more software centric. We have to ensure that how we can contribute. This is 3GPP. I just shared earlier that all the standards, most of the wireless is being discussed at 3GPP. Now we have a table there in the form of TSDSI, they are a 7th partner. But what is important that we have to go there, we have to attend meeting. If you are not doing, again will be the adopter or consumer of technology. And earlier it was a closed, but I think we are already on the table with the 5GI from the India, and we have few IPRs, few SEPs from India. The more important has been that if you have any lessons from 5G, then the use case for entire world, I think use case is, people say that in 5G we have just using the evolution part of technology, which is the higher bandwidth. Those revolution part enhance, MMTC and URLC has never been touched still. So there is a lot of opportunities for Indian students, startups, academia to develop those technology, and how can we work together. Thank you. I think I just want to set the contest, and if you just feel that anyone can.
Thank you, Rajesh. What you rightly said, that India has largely been a consumer of technology in the telecom space, but of late, because of two reasons, because of the security, internal security and sovereignty of the country, which is a very important factor, as well as for the economic reasons, India has to be on the other side rather than from a consumer to a creator, and that's what the 6G Alliance is doing. And I suppose that there will be greater participation from the academia in these efforts in coming years to make India a self-reliant technology nation. Now I request Siddhant to briefly make us understand that how does this SEP space operates, how is it licensed, and what are some set of rules that have been created to make this space a less lawyer-friendly and more industry-friendly. Thank you. A lawyer will tell you that.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. I think, can someone help me with putting up the presentation, please? While the presentation is being put up, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Siddhant Chamola. I work with a law firm called Anand & Anand. We've had the privilege of working on some standard essential patent cases in India at the Delhi High Court, which happens to be the only court in India which has handled SEP disputes. And as we will see, my presentation is a little walkthrough. We're separating from the technical and policy sides that we've just discussed currently, because the only thing that I know is litigation. So I'll give you a little bit on what I have come to know about standards and why they are so important. So we'll just take a little bit of a zoom out from what we've been discussing and go to a little basics. So I understand that some slides I don't need to cover because we've gone too much into detail. So these slides would seem a little redundant. What is a standard? We don't need to cover this because it's pretty basic. Basically put, it's when everybody agrees that there is one particular way in which we will do things together, that is a standard. So there can be a standard way of cooking a particular meal. For instance, I was surprised to know, and I don't know how many in the audience would know, that the Italian government has a standard on making a pizza. And so you can make a pizza only by those set of specifications. Obviously, it's not a global standard because we make pizzas our own way. Anyway, why are standards very important? And this is a story which is actually very fascinating. In 1904, in Baltimore in the US, there was a huge fire. The fire was, it wasn't being, it couldn't be controlled. And so they had to call firemen from all across different cities, from Washington, from New York, from different cities. And while all the firemen in the hundreds and thousands arrived to save the city, they couldn't do much. You know why? Because they were carrying their own equipment, and that couldn't fit in the fire hydrants, because the fire hydrants of Baltimore were differently constructed from the hoses that they were carrying. And so there was an incompatibility issue. And that's when the country realized, the US, that we need to make, perhaps the first thing that we need to do is make one set of hoses and another set of fire hydrants, so that next time there is ever an emergency, anybody can just plug it into the hydrant and we can save ourselves from a fire which could be controlled. And that is one of the earliest examples of a standard way of making this red colored fire hydrant that you see on the right. The one that you see in black and white on the left is actually one of the fire hydrants from the Great Baltimore Fire. This next story on the screen is also very fascinating. This is what happens if you don't apply standards, even while standards exist. So in India, we follow this metric system, right? We've all learned mathematics based on meters, kilometers, kilograms. That's the system that we follow. In certain countries, for instance, in the USA, they have a different system. They have the SI system. So they'll be measuring things in pounds and force in pounds, while the metric system does it in Newton. You'll be surprised, and I was surprised to know, that due to two companies not communicating well and following different standards, this led to $1 million loss, and a probe which was actually sent by NASA to Mars, to orbit Mars and study Mars, crashed. It couldn't even make its entry into Mars in 1999, and everybody was really surprised. How could they go wrong? It wasn't really a technological fault, it was actually a simple calculation error. So Lockheed Martin, the one that designed the spacecraft, had actually used the US system of measuring force into pounds, while NASA's software calculated the same equation using the metric system. What happened as a result was that the calculations were completely off, and the spacecraft didn't perform as it was intended, and it crashed and burned. This, as you can see, is a clipping from depicting the 99 crash, and this is actually how things can go horribly wrong based on a simple mistake. So what did NASA do? Now they ensure that everybody follows the metric system, and small mistakes like this, which can lead to catastrophic results, do not happen. So now, why are standards so important? Standards are important for very simple things, so that we have uniformity in our devices, in our processes, like the fire hydrants. We have universality, as Dr. Garg has already alluded, that if I take my mobile phone, it should work perfectly well in Japan, in Ghana, even in Antarctica, because I don't need, I shouldn't have to change devices just because I'm changing locations. And third, interoperability. So if I'm a Type-C charger maker, I need to be assured that my product will work well, because there are different mobile phones which will support my device. Or similar, if I'm a USB maker, I know that my USB will fit very well into a laptop. I don't have to worry. So I carried my pen drive today knowing that there will be a laptop which will support USB 2 or USB 3. These three fundamentals are actually very, very important. Today they seem very basic, but 20, 30 years ago they weren't. Benefits of standardization, we've already covered this, so I'll just skip this. Who sets standards? Now we've gone, the speakers here have gone far too deep into this, so I'll just skip this as well. They are standard setting organizations basically, and we've heard about the likes of 3GPP, which deals with 5G, 6G, IEEE, the one which, because of whom we are here today, under the aegis of whom this conference is being organized, and ISO, BIS, etc. Now, standard essential patents. Dr. Pathak, Mr. Pathak has also alluded to this. What is a standard essential patent? And this is where the likes of me come in, where we litigate on standard essential patents. Simply put, if I have to make a product according to a standard, And in the process of making that standard, I realized that it is impossible for me not to violate a patent. Then I'm basically dealing with a standard essential patent, because that patent is essential to the way a standard works. Now, if I have a standard essential patent, I have certain obligations towards the world. Why? Because I have a patent which is so essential, everybody in the world would be violating it if they don't take a license from me. So what do I have to do in return to having a standard essential patent? Now, SDO policies, if I have an SEP for 5G or 3G or 4G or anything like that, I will go to the ETSI, which is the governing body dealing with that. And all right, fine, I'll skip this. Now let's look at FRAND a little bit. There is something called a FRAND dance. This is what SEP holders and implementers have to do because of negotiations. So basically the FRAND dance is all about how much should I pay and how much should I not pay, how long should I negotiate for. Now, a little bit of SEP negotiations in India, SEP disputes, and I'll conclude in 1 minute. SEP litigation in India began in 2003, 20 years ago, when with the first set of DVD litigations. At that point in time, nobody really knew how different an SEP is from a regular patent, and so that was phase 1. Phase 2 started with the likes of Ericsson's coming to court, Ericsson Dolby, 2013 onwards, and getting deeper. So we started to have interim injunctions in SEP cases and discussing what really is FRAND. And phase 3, which we are in today, we have the privilege of being in today because now we're very, very deep in Indian courts and we are discussing things like anti-suit injunctions. For instance, a Chinese court once stopped an Indian court in our litigation, which we were doing, and said, Xiaomi is before me, InterDigital, you cannot sue them before the Delhi High Court, so Delhi High Court, please stop. So that was an anti-suit injunction, and we went to court and said, nobody can stop an Indian court from deciding a question of infringement of an Indian patent, so please stop the Chinese court now. So we were able to secure an anti-suit injunction in 2020, and this is 4 years in the past. So this is just to tell you how far advanced we have come in India, where we are taking bold strides in the SEP game, and our message as litigators and people who work with SEP holders is very simple. Indian SEP litigation is here to stay. If SEPs are the future, then Indian SEP disputes are also the future. We are the hot seat. Our jurisprudence is very, very sophisticated. And India is also setting global FRAND rates. So please welcome to India, everybody. And Indian courts, you are in safe hands. So thank you very much. And
so Rajeshji, what I will say is that the legal space has matured out as far as SEPs are concerned. It is we need more SCPs to litigate the foreign. Now I'll pass the baton to Meghna, who will talk about the geopolitics of the patents and SCPs and give us a brief overview where we stand by definite numbers. Meghna.
Someone pulling up the PPT? Oh, here it is, sorry. Can we go this way? Got it. Okay, so a lot of what I've covered has already been covered, so this will be brief. So first, let's take a look at where India stands. Some facts have already been given on it, so we largely missed the boat on 5G, and this is because we, like all other countries, see telcos as a cash cow. It's not our fault, really. It's something that the ITU, it's a policy decision that the ITU has been had been propounding in developing countries for a long time. It's a reason why Africa was having such a hard time getting its connectivity off the ground, because licensing means a lot of money for the government, and it's an easy way of generating revenue for the government, particularly in developing economies where so much of the economy is informal. But it's helped, I mean, it's basically contributed to the reason why we don't have any global telco majors, and if you don't have any global telco majors, it's hard for you to make an impact in standards globally. And also, if you look at the graph, you'll see that you know, high spectrum reserve prices as well as high licensing fees are probably have contributed to, you know, eating into our R&D budget. So if you look at Huawei, which is the global leader right now in patents in telecom, 140,000 patents and 136 billion spent in R&D. Similarly, ZTE, which is another Chinese company, 44,000 patents and 2.6 billion, 2.6 billion spent on R&D. And then we have Geo Platforms, which has 331 patents reportedly, and about 4 million spent in R&D, and that is 4 million for its parent company RIL. And I see some people from RIL in the audience, and I'd be happy for them to correct me on this. But these are the figures that have been made public. So government sources indicate that India has anywhere between 127 and 200 patents for 6G. The telecom industry has put on it, as we've heard my previous speakers indicate, that the telecom industry has put up an ambitious target of 10% of global 6G patents. I want to compare this, and we'll get to the next slide, for what the Chinese goal is, and I think that's important because, as we've heard, having patents is fine, but of course, what you want are essential patents, because then that means that everyone has to use them. RIL has filed about 3,000 patents. They're on a patent filing sprint, and 331 is what they have. And then the Indian startup VSIG has 160 5G patents, 24 of which are essential patents. So largest patent holders globally. Again, why does it matter? It matters because it's not only about telecom, and it's not just about switching. These are now going to integrate or form the basis of anything that's built on them. I don't have to belabor this point here. And of course, they mean significant revenues, but it's also possibly a security concern. And there's a lot of geopolitical conversations around this. So here are some security implications. Like I said, China holds an estimated 10% of the 5G essential industrial property rights. And this was a policy goal that it pursued very early on. And maybe perhaps should give India pause about what kind of goal it wants to set for itself, whether it wants 10% of global or whether it wants essential, and what the trade-off there means. And Huawei has the most patents, of course, followed by ZTE. And China is quite influential in global standards organizations. So as you saw in Dr. Pathak's presentation in 3GPP, Huawei has the most significant representation. And this is important particularly because it influences how these standards are deployed and can be kind of molded to rig the game in favor of one or two entities, although I think that would be hard for it to do because there are a lot of Western companies there as well. And the other concern is that China has a national intelligence law, which requires all companies to support and provide assistance and cooperate in national intelligence work. This is a huge concern. I mean, it kind of gained prominence in Germany when they figured out that 96% of their telecom networks were essentially Huawei. And this basically means that Huawei has to share data, not only the data of Chinese citizens, but any citizens abroad as well that it has access to, with Chinese intelligence agencies. And India kind of headed this off, at least domestically, because we sidelined Huawei some time ago, but subsea cables are likely to be using their equipment. And so there are conversations around this in the Quad about having a clean cable network. This is very similar to what the Trump administration was working on earlier, which was a clean 5G network. And so we're likely to see with Trump's re-election, this conversation kind of gaining traction and prominence. And that's it.
Thank you, Meghna. So the important thing that one needs to be concerned about is that one of the major IP holders in the telecom space, also because of security and non-transparent policy frameworks, has been barred from entering major economies or major markets. So if a company so it becomes very important that in this space, it is the IP and SCPs are more democratized across geographies, across companies, across corporates, and across research organizations for this space to become more sanitized in coming years, what exactly Pathakji also talked about, and the 6G Alliance, the basic purpose is this. So, Avinash, I know we are running short of time. A quick question: that how are the academic and research institute placed as far as research in this area and converting this research into patents and then to standards? I think.
Yes, Dr. Ajay, that's a very pertinent point, and that precisely for this reason, this particular panel in this WPMC. Let me tell you, we have started realizing the importance of having patents in standards, and some of the academics are doing very well. For example, IIT Madras is doing very well, and even Sharda University, we have got around 700 published patent and 170 granted, and a lot of patents are in the area of software and blockchain also. So to conclude, I would love to see a litigation, why only Ericsson versus Lava and Ericsson versus Micromax? I would love to see a litigation launched by R&D Institute in India, or Indian entity in USA or China or in Europe. And the second point, this Bharat 6G Alliance, sir, if there is any scope for participation of Sharda University, we would love to be a partner in this endeavor. Thank you.
How many minutes are left for us, or we are already overshoot? One last question from the government, because government has the last words. Rajeshji, please give the snapshot on when you are transitioning from, say, from 4G to 5G, and when we are transitioning from 4G to 5G, first, where are we placed in terms of 5G adoption in India? Second, what is the type of transition cost that is associated with such transition, and both in the government and the corporate world? And what is the percentage of it in terms of technology licensing cost?
I think we won't be able to answer this precisely. However, I think this is a very pride moment that mostly I think we have 4G network all over the country, and same is the true in all the districts. We have the 5G now, so more than 200 million subscribers are there, and I will say that each year it's the device which is controlling the 5G. Otherwise, once you have the device, I mean mobile phone, smartphone, then you can, I think. So coverage has started initially in cities, but I am sure that it will go to others. So as far as government is concerned, industry is concerned, they are all geared. More important have been that we have to invest a lot on industry, and in 5G or 6G, it is the operator's duty that they have to take the lead. Otherwise, it has been that OEMs has been taking the lead, and operators were just, backbencher, and they were just waiting technology to develop, whereas they have to define the use case with the government and regulators, so that when technology is developed, I think they can invest, because I think they are investing a lot on the network. So they have to take this decisions part also, and we have to make a technology in such a way that they get revenue, because they are investing a lot on spectrum, a number of other infrastructure. So operators has to be a front runner when it comes to technology development. I am sure when we go from 5G to 6G, it will be more software centric. People say that it 5G core, they will be just going from 5G core itself. They won't be, industry is not in a mood, I mean TSPs, to invest further. So this is an excellent opportunity for our students, our scientists. How can we contribute in this smooth transition from 5G advanced to 6G? Because 6G won't come directly. It will be the same path. And I am sure that there will be more simplified network. Sustainability was a afterthought in case of 5G. Sustainability will be a very, well thought in case of 6G. And India see digital connectivity as a tool for digital India, digital economy, and economic transformation of the country. We say that 1 trillion will come out of this digital initiatives in next 3 to 4 years. So I think we see this as a for the benefits of our country. I am sure that with all the actions we will achieve this.
Let me thank all my panelists, Rajesh, Siddhant, Avinash, Meghna, for some very interesting thoughts on a subject. And let me also thank the organizers for giving us a chance of a topic which is a little offbeat from the basic concept of this conference. Thank you. Actually, we have. Yeah. So if you allow, sir, we'll take 2 questions.
So we can, of course, take, since this is the last panel discussion, we can, of course, take questions. Even for the both panels, if there are some questions, we can take.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a very good. Meghna, your talk was to the point. Being part of the standardization body, and I used to work for Qualcomm, so I understand the politics and technology and how to really penetrate this. And I remember the days in 3G, there was hardly any people who come from China. By the time it came 4G, all the Western nations, the US, Germany, all the European nations, they were dwindling down to nothing. It's a democratic process, so you have to understand how to play the game. It's a politics. Huawei is sending, GT is sending, through the government of China, hundreds of people. Every working group, majority of them are Chinese. And second, I think you guys are saying 10% to get to this essential patents. That's not an easy job. India has no patents in 2G through 5G. How you suddenly can come and you can claim that you can have, do you have a roadmap? Do you have investment which will require billions of dollars? Is your industry, is your the university ready for those kind of research? I don't see that. I follow this, space very, very well. I don't see many Indian papers. I don't see many Indian things which really gets even top 10% of the scrutiny. So this is, it may sound bad, but I'm telling you the truth, what is industry and where we are. So don't just put a target, but you have to have a roadmap to how to get that target.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, which is why I questioned that. I mean, generally I see that there's an affinity for, numerical targets in general, particularly in this area, and patents kind of lend themselves to numerical targets that, oh, it looks great, 10% of global patents. And that's why I said that maybe it should be nuanced or calibrated to, not 10%, sorry, 10% of global patents to essential patents. And I agree with you. I see the road being hard fought because we have a telecom industry where despite all the so-called wins that are presented about telcos in India, they're struggling, barring maybe one player. And they're struggling because of really bad regulatory policies, and it has been a compounding of bad regulation for many, many years, starting particularly with, like I mentioned, the amount that is charged for licensing. 5G licenses were so expensive that only basically Jio bid for them initially. The reserve pricing was so expensive, and it kind of doesn't really follow the trends that we are seeing in regulation, particularly in America, where Qualcomm is from, where there's a lot of deregulation happening, and a lot of deregulation has been happening for a long time to encourage the spread of particularly high bandwidth networks. So I agree with you that there should be a roadmap and there should be more texture than beyond just a quippy kind of politically friendly target, and that specifics should be dealt out.
Sir, let me also add on to this that you'll agree with me that the consumer in India deserves the same quality of service which is at international standards. Yeah, no two doubts about it, no question about it. Now, in that respect, the telecom TSP has to invest a phenomenal sum of money, and because of our regulatory process, we have one of the lowest data rates in this country. That's also a fact. The point is, the cross-licensing is the method by which you reduce the cost of TSPs. And they need to be there in this space if we have to make India at par with the quality of services at international standards, as well as being competitive in the markets.
I think I have only one. We have crossed more than 400 this patent, this 6G also, because something like 200 in future. More important have been that Department of Telecommunications has more than 100 million budget for each year. And just recently they have awarded 111 projects. They are all on research project for 6G. So we are on the 6G, we are on the right track, that we are inviting the proposal, but it will take us some time. And that's why Bharat 6G Alliance, that is a consulting body, not for profit, has been set up. We have already MOU with the Next G Alliance of USA, 6G IA Europe, 6G for Korea, 6G flagship University, NGMN Alliance, 5G CIA, 6G Brazil. Why they are important that we are aware of that it's the collaborations which is possible, because in telecommunication you can't work standalone. So that's a fact. But as you told that there has to be a roadmap, we just recently released 4 of the reports, and more importantly, spectrum, that what is the thought process of industry, academia, startups together. How can we see this 6G development? And 6G will never come directly within 5G, 5G plus, and then 6G. So we are working with the government, and I told that it's the whole of the government approach has to be there, that other regional ministries, vertical departments has to realize that they have to be part of this ecosystem. They should not wait for the technology or use case to be developed and just be a mere consumer. So I think it will be that even academia has to talk to industry, industry has to talk to, this should have confidence. It's not just mere paper publication. And paper publication should not be the basis for promotion of any professor. Let him produce some entrepreneurs, let him be fair. Then technology he has a lot of learning. So I think since we have to change the system itself, it will take some time. And I'm sure that we support all of us, we can make this change.
When we talk about China and how suddenly we see a lot of Chinese companies have come up, if you would see the numbers in charts 4-5 years ago at Megha said, and you also said, you hardly in the 3G space you never hear of Huawei in the charts. You'd always see the common test. You see a Qualcomm, Nokia, Ericsson. In the 4G space, suddenly you see a small blip called Huawei. Nobody really paid attention. And suddenly now in 5G, it's through the roof. And you're not even forget about 5G. We talk about video. We didn't talk about video standards, but TikTok, which we think is just another app. TikTok probably has the second largest number of video patterns today, and we know the future is HEVC and video patterns. So yes, it is another game, and it has a big psychological advantage when you say Chinese companies and China per se have a lot of patterns in the game. But the question is also, how did they suddenly do it? We don't claim to know the answers, but 2 things which are very clear. Because it's a numbers game, there's a certain push to just file patents in China. Many of them are bad patents. Are we looking at the same thing if we're competing in the numbers race, and we have to be ready for the fact that a lot of the filings will have to be bad filings, and don't wait for the best patent or the best invention out there. If you think you've got a patent, just file it, be in the numbers game. Whether the country wants to align itself on that goal is another question, which I'm not confident to answer. Secondly, how did Chinese companies suddenly get a lot of patents? They bought a lot of patents from industry. They've not developed them on their own, they've bought a lot of them. And we see this in the SEP space a lot. For instance, there used to be BlackBerry, this company, which owned pretty much
is no BlackBerry, and BlackBerry divested its portfolio of thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of patents, and you see smaller companies of all hairstyle BlackBerry. So if India needs to be in that numbers game too, you need to be thinking about buying patents, not just filing them, not just inventing. You need to buy and also get into the cross-licensing game as Dr. Khalid said. So these are two things that can be considered.
So, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
So, this is not a question, rather a comment. I am from academia. So, I feel that we still are islands, academia and industry do not talk, particularly in the communications area. In fact, R&D communication companies in India are very few and far between. Actually, I can only see in my understanding Tejas, which is now part of TCS, which does some what is that called, Indian R&D. Most of the telecom companies in India are actually service providers. They are actually not interested in investing in R&D. This is not a complaint, but this is actually a fact, in my opinion. And it is not that R&D people, we are interested in publication and forgetting, actually. So, for example, we are now generating patents, but we do not know what to do next, actually. So, we do not see any companies coming up to, let's say, take the technology and do something, actually. So, that possibly, this is because we have developed these technologies from academic mindset, from research mindset. Possibly, that is what they did not exactly look for. So, that is where we need to have collaboration. But to have collaboration, we should have industrial R&D to start with, actually. In fact, our problem is in communications area, because we don't have industrial R&D, at least in communications area, we have to spend a lot of time in purchasing things to set up experiments, for example. In fact, patent will happen if we have experimental research. And setting up experimental research itself is a very big challenge, actually. So, I would like to see in the near future that our industry R&D and academia are connecting, and of course, developing more R&D is happening and connecting with academia. Thank you.
So, I think this is one point I've been listening since more than 2 decades. I'll say now that industry academia, there's a gap, and we are trying to bridge the gap. So many things have been tried, and so many things have been attempted. But still, I believe that we are speaking in 2 different languages. So industry always says that, okay, academics are not having that kind of research that we can really commercialize, and academias always say that, okay, industries are busy in their own work and they are not providing us enough handholding. So I believe there is still a lot of scope where we really need to find out a particular bridge which can really fill this gap, and where we can come hand in hand. We have seen this happening right from the day one in medical education everywhere, but in engineering, since I come from that discipline, I still believe that even after 2 decades of my experience in this domain, there is still a gap.
Yeah, I mean, it's a function of policy, I think, and maybe I'm biased because I'm from that space, but really it falls to the government to create incentives for industry to approach academia for R&D. It also falls to the government to create avenues for industry to have that risk appetite for R&D, and that I think is a mindset challenge, particularly in India, because from what I've seen, there is very limited risk appetite over here. You want sure bets, and there's a story circulating about how Infosys refused to invest in OpenAI because it didn't seem like a sure bet. It's like a few years ago, and now, of course, they're obviously kicking themselves for not doing so. And that is the nature of IP, which is something that, again, India, I think people in India have a hard time reckoning with, is that, you know, there is a lot of expenditure and a lot of it will be wasted and may translate to nothing, but I mean, the idea is that you want to try and take that chance to get something which will deliver a lot of value. And I think it's a function of mindset and a function of policy, and the mindset of the policymakers to a large extent, to understand that experimentation is important, and to create room for failure, because there will be, of course, particularly when you're dealing with any kind of inventive process or R&D.
So to conclude it from the corporate, from a lighter point of view, a professor from a Bharti Center of Research in IIT Delhi did not even name Bharti in his comments. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This was on a lighter note.
Yeah. See, on one
problem is that the attitude of industry is to get almonds in the price of peanuts. That is the problem. You cannot get almonds of the price of peanuts. That industry has to be told. Thank you.
May I request Dean Research Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar to felicitate the speakers? I request speakers of both the panels to please come on stage for a group photograph.
निकिता अब तो कोई नहीं
सब तो टेक्निकल सेशन चाहिए
सेशन नहीं ना कोई है
बस thank you very much. Please join us for a cup of tea. Sorry.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the authors and delegates to this technical session 6 on track applications, testbed, use cases, and 6G planning. We have with us our session chairs for the session, Dr. Mohammad S. Khan, who is currently an Associate Professor of Computer Science at East Tennessee State University and Founding Director of Network Science and Analysis Lab, NSAL. His primary area of research is in vehicular communications, connected vehicles, IoT, and applied computational intelligence. We welcome you, sir. We have another session chair, Dr. Rashmi Priyadarshini, who is a professor and associate dean in Department of Electrical and Electronics and Communication Engineering at Sharda University. She has more than 2 decades of research and academic experience. Her research interests include design and deployment of wireless sensor networks for assistive purposes and monitoring and embedded systems. So we welcome you, ma'am. So we start the session. Ma'am, first paper, 3 to 9. I don't know the paper ID even. So the first paper for the session would be paper ID 15710400022. NSSF function in 6G networks based on MLOps deployment model.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's again a pleasure for us to be here, represent this joint paper between Aarhus University and USP, University of São Paulo State in Brazil. Our paper will elucidate, will bring a view of network slice selection function in 6G networks based on machine learning ops deployment model. I'm here together with my colleague, the engineer Wagner Oliveira, representing University of São Paulo and his professors, and myself, Paulo, represent Professor Prasad and University of Aarhus. A brief introduction to this paper is that 6G networks present many opportunities and also challenges. As we know, it's a human-centric network being planned, fully embedded with AI end-to-end, which is a big difference considered the current 5G networks and the AI and machine learning roadmap. And also with some attributes that are very important to consider, like ubiquitous, its omnipresence, and how we're going to deliver that, going beyond, and also going beyond and stretch the 5G use cases with several KPIs. Those KPIs to answer and attend critical services like vehicle to everything, medical services, emergency services, autonomous vehicles, spacecrafts and robots, holographic type communications, IoT, and how we will achieve such control in this network. We're gonna apply, as we know, some techniques of divide and conquer, which is based on network slicing. As we know, the current state-of-art of 5G networks create the network slicing that provide us the ability to create virtual networks and divide those virtual networks and give different priorities and control based on the use cases that we want to attend. 6G will not be different. We will also incorporate that. The benefits are to reduce network complexity and also to offer better control on the KPIs that we want to manage. Complex KPI that exists on the 6G. Today we saw the presentation, the keynote speech before us regarding the 6G research and R&D. Sorry. We, considering the current KPIs for AI and machine learning and localization and sensing based on XIX, these KPIs are being published now, and they will be part of the 6G roadmap. If we consider, for instance, on AI and machine learning ops, we have their AI services, interference accuracy, interpretability level, AI services in terms of tolerate time for machine learning training, resource constraints, and scalability. All those KPIs will be very critical for the deployment of AI and machine learning ops. On the other hand, we have what we call localization and sensing based on the XIX roadmap, which will be very important for critical services, and especially in the deployment of medical. For instance, localization accuracy, location sensing, orientation accuracy, minimal and maximal resolved range, angular resolution, and so on, velocity, resolution, resource constraints, and scalability. Those KPIs are very critical and important, especially when we are going beyond of the use cases that are being considered for 5G, and we are envisioning for 6G. As I said, in many areas. In order to do that, some of the network slicings are being proposed on the 6G. You can see in the current 5G network slicing, we have three main areas: enhanced mobile broadband, ultra-reliable low latency, and massive type communications. But when we look on the other side, on the stretch, on the 6G network slice, so we have now 5 entities, not just 3. So we have further enhanced mobile broadband, one extension of MBB, URLLC, extremely ultra-reliable low latency, ultra-massive machine type communications, extremely low power communications, and long distance and high mobility communications. These are some of those network slicing being proposed. But we know in some other versions of research, this network slice can go up to 6 or 7. The idea of network slicing, as we announce, is to reduce network complexity and also offer controllability into our virtual networks in order to control the different KPIs. But as well as we increase the number of network slice entities, also we create something that is the paradox of choice. The paradox of choice is the drawback when we have more offer in terms of control, because then we offer as well complex stability in order to control the entire ecosystem, in the sense that for consumers, for those who are deploying the services, they can think, okay, which one of those I should adapt? Because I have so many offers, I have so many opportunities. In order to do that, then we are proposing a way to control the network slicing and reducing those drawbacks, including the paradox of choice. So then I invited my colleague Wagner to give continuity.
Then the 6G network. Oh, excuse me. This is. Okay. Oh, thank you. then, the 6G network present is a new challenge as a platform for innovation in the network management. Oh, excuse me. Particularly regarding the network slicing, selection function in ESSF is heterogeneous environments. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, oh, thank you. Opa, 1 minute, excuse me. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank you. With 6G exponential data growth, only intelligent automation can extract, okay, the full potential, yes, and value of the network data, living and machine learning, operation, MLOps, and automation in conjunct with network data analytic function, NWDF, allows the organization proactive manage network performance, okay? Security and user experience, okay? Current 5G approach have been implemented gradually, hiding the need of new methodologies in the interoperability, in the light selection and end-to-end orchestration across different groups and organizations. The same will happen in the 5G. Excuse me, 6G. We have the groups and organizations that develop the slides for the silent 6G. We have the vertical industrial organization. We have more or less 4 companies. Telecom Industry Organization. We have the GSME, NGMM. Standard Development Organization. We have another Estructura institute that working with slicing. Then we have different groups and organizations developing. It's necessary to interoperability between the development because it's in this 5G we have a problem in different construction of the network slicing. Okay, the same case is necessary to groups and organization development slicing for 6G. Okay, companies, Artel, in the case Apple, Ericsson, Fly, Huawei, JAL, Casing, LG, Nokia, NTD, Samsung, V, and Xiaomi. Research Institute, Technology Innovation Institute, the Inter-University Microelectronic Center, and countries. Yeah, United States, United Kingdom, European Union, Russia, China, Japan, and others. Yes? Because it's necessary interoperability. Then, the objective of the work is the present in the framework proposed and implemented. The NES function for 6G using the approach the employers, the concept of MLOps, that is the machine learning, MWM, Intelligence Edge Computer, Managing, SCM, and the cloud native environment. NESSF is a heterogeneous technology environments and are challenging. Problems, excuse me, which are no widely, oh my God, accepted. This is the best here. Then is necessary to research driving the growing demanded application use cases using the 5G in the next generation. In the case, it's a 5G. The proposed framework comply with third generation T3GPP. Yes, effective address existing gaps in the current approach. The flexibility provided by network slice reduce network and computer complexity by utilizing divide and conquer mathematical and computer modes as 5G, using case and handling and separate virtuality network, VNs. The approach aid its economic values for telecom and mobile network, its MNVOs, and ability more efficient in OPEX and CAPEX. Moreover, network slices positioned to involve and support 6G network offering advanced society, economic, and environment. The framework proposed introduce, yes, the interoperability, integration and interoperability across the HAN, edge, and core networks, building up robust slicing and service aligned with current standard X-Force offering scalability, solution aligned to 3GPP. Okay. Then the while solutions suggest the promotion approach, divided practical development models in network already in the operation it is a main challenge. The process of aligning user preferring the coming traffic flows require application multi-technologies and methodologies because it's concentrated in the cloud. The proposal is use the 6G network slice selection function decision, Edge framework plus NSS days approach for a nation include adapting the framework support 6G requirements support the RAM. Many KPIs integration MLOps models use intelligence IOPS with data analytics and provide support the ZM for the control. This is challenge motivated adapted ZM concept adapted automation. Okay, the network service manager by automation networks and the service managing the ZM provide efficiency in control network resource and improve.
Please take care of time also. You are having only 5 minutes left.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Then, nice. Oh, the next. Okay. This is the first part of the implementation. 6G NSDF cross layer approach. It's composed with different parts. It's a framework utilizes 4 reference layers. This is intelligence setting for the separated. Oh, excuse me. This is use 4 reference layer, intelligence sensitive layer, data mining and analysis layer, intelligence control layer, yes, and smart application layer. It's 4 layers for the control, separated because we have some controls at the same time. It's necessary to, it's a API for the control the system. The picture number 2 is the NSS DAF implementation module. We have the SBA, the control. We have the information about the user, control with HAN, with, creates API, use 3GPP, the interface multi-dominion slice orchestration. We have the separated parts, okay, this API. For the use the DF, use the NSS DAF framework. Use different topologies inside for the control, because the 6G is different in relation to 5G, okay? The construction of various components and the architecture in the service request using the APIs. The selection, the slice selection process depends on the strategy of used, okay? Because we have different situations in the control. The solution implementation with focus in the fuzzy logic, multi-criteria decision, methods in the machine learning, NSF intelligence engineer, que is a reference of the first part, using deep learning. The picture number 3 use the FF in client, operation integration with edge computer. This is separate K8S API. We have separated public subscribe system for the message. We have another SNSS intelligence engineer. The proposal is put different
Please conclude.
parts.
Please conclude. You are having very less time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Puts different parts. The proposed integration with weighted edge. The figure outline is 4 steps. Okay. The initial steps still implement the multi-platform application necessity of the service with edge cloud, and slice it as a violable request. It consumer the proposed parameters because we have different parameters in the system. The last you have the NSF DAF using MLOps. It's a pipeline and a cloud native network. You have separated the parts. The same case, because the signals, we have different applications, yes? It's prefer the separated the setting for the control. I use the jacket, continuous integration was combined with Ansible, because we have configuration, management, orchestration tool. Because you have different settings in the control. Setting, and we have a variation, the frequency, variation, the amplitude, we have the spectrum. It's necessary to separate the parts. Well, oh my God. Excuse me. Yes. Then for the control, for the implementation, you are seeing simulator was employed in the implementation of the Gnode, QS cluster installed, and the analysis function for the MLOps pile using Python 3.10 along with NumPy. It's a implementation with the Python. The conclusion is that slice selected network presenting complex problem. Characteristic in the undescribable variable include the stochastic factors, dynamic, multi-attributes, non-linearity, and a time variation. This complexity poses challenge in the development optical models, especially given difficulty across presenting the forecasting QoS and QoA variables with slice. NSS def ++. Solution is a primary real-world application fighting SAMs in the B5G and 6G. Okay. The role in MLOps technique is artificial intelligence for IoT and the critical context of the 6G. Then, another thing is necessary for the complex, the frequency spectrum is a big problem. Must be planned before starting the project, which is it's a 6G. Avoid problems. We semi-apply the agency and the countries, group and organization for 6G, or the avoid interoperability problem that I spoke in the start of this presentation. In Brazil, the National Telecommunication Agency, Anatel, is studying to change the band and frequency for 6G. This is the reference. Thank you. Excuse my... Thank you.
It's a very good presentation. Congratulations. Only my one question is, which kind of security algorithm will you use in 6G? Like in any communication, nowadays the problem is in security purpose, data security. So which kind of security will you prefer for 6G? Data security.
At this moment in the test lab, we didn't use any security at this moment. It was just the test for the machine learning, for the network slicing, but no security layer has been implemented yet. We just have API transactions, but all open.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions, anybody?
From audience? Thank you very much. Thanks.
Next is paper ID 157-1060191. Acha. So 157-1060706, Achieving Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by leveraging 6G services. हो गया मैम, हो गया. स्लाइड शो मोड में डालें. सर वो एरो ही नहीं आ रहा. स्लाइड शो मोड.
अच्छा लैपटॉप लगाओ ना. ऐसे मत करो भाई, कल से थोड़ा अच्छा लैपटॉप लगाओ. बार थोड़ी 2-2 मिनट टाइम खराब करेंगे.
कौन सी वाली? दिस वन? नहीं, दिस वन.
Okay, thank you. So my paper title is Achieving Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by leveraging the 6G services. Myself, Professor Sivaram Khara. My co-authors are Anirvan Khara, Ikra Javed, Barnali Khara, Ramji Prasad. We acknowledge to Shivani Foundation. They are holding the unprivileged child in a child development center in a community in collaborations with Industrial Export Promotional Industry Park, EPIP, and Sharda University Community Cell. So with that background, we came out that some of the problems happening, if 6G comes, then how these SDGs can be expedited and we can achieve the goals at faster rate. This is the outline of my presentations, SDGs, the motivation of our works, the fundamental approach of implementations for SDG attainment, identifying some of the SDG enablers, and then the complementary 6G services for implementation of these SDG enablers, basically the plan, and then 6G development scenario for SDGs, and architectures, 2 architectures we have taken that 6G will adopt, and how we can build up some sliced network specifically for SDGs, considering the sensing and the IoT network on 6G platform, followed by conclusions. So here are the few points I want to highlight that the SDGs are nothing but it's a framework to ensure the humanity, society, environment, equality. These are the basic things. Of course, the 17 SDGs are there, but altogether humanity, society, environment, equality, poverty and hunger. These are the very important things. And these 17 SDGs basically will encompass the life quality, society, environment, peace, harmony, community educations, equality, innovations, then economic and collaborations. Each geographical locations has a very definite pattern. Therefore, the SDG implementation approach is not unique in any continental, any country or any area. Because of landforms, the food habits, the culture, the weather, so the problems are actually coming in different manner and they are affecting the society in different manner. And we are motivated that the solutions approach is not unique, although the problem remains same in the variety or diversified geographical area. So what we derive is that in such huge diversity, if really you want to precisely and effectively implement the SDG attainment, for SDG attainment, the location-based informations and huge data at granular level capturing is very, very essential. And then AI will come so that proper analysis and we can based AI-based some of the plan and executions methods, suggestive methods for implementations for faster rolling of SDGs. Therefore, you believe that with the advent of the 6G, the SDG implementations will be faster, providing first implementation as well as monitoring the attainment level, the incremental attainment. This is the basic approach of implementations of SDG. We consider that information acquisitions is very, very important before you make any plan for any community area or any other urban area for development. Informations to be analyzed and then recommendations. These two things, 6G and the data acquisitions and then analysis, the AI. And then you make the plan. AI can also come out with suggestive plan. So on these three stages having done, then formulation of the SDG enablers. So we need to formulate a very location specific action plan considering a lot of factors in that area. So those are called SDG enablers, those action plans. So how 6G can help us? This is a basic diagram I have given that any community or any vast area or any area where very hardship, because the ubiquitous connectivity and pervasive, so all geographical areas will be covered by 6G and deployment will be very easy. So hardly anything, any space will be left that we are unable to address these SDG issues. Specifically, my work is on the community, of course the environment. So data information acquisitions, on top of that the AI-based data processing, and then recommendations of the plan for implementations. In the first approach, first we have tried to identify some of the enablers, the action plans required in the domain of health support. We have given, for example, the monitoring the health care, health facilities, living conditions, drinking water, sanitations, nutrition, health literacy. We need huge informations. And then all based on these informations, we need to come out with a lot of SDG enablers, action point. That's why the 6G is only the way, otherwise we cannot get such granular level of informations. So I've given a lot of boxes here. I'm not going in detail, but I can tell you that enablers for monitoring, enablers for infrastructures, which are very, very important, and the enablers for job creations, the education support, digital infrastructures, agriculture, food security, and a lot of policies. That is very, very important because target-oriented policies will really enhance the first development of some of the areas, specifically in the community areas. So that's why the government policies also will be very, very important, and for that they need lot of informations. As much as possible, ground level we capture the informations, it will be very easy to come out with the very welfare-specific and implementation productive policies. So that way, again, I emphasize that here the 6G with a lot of features will be very helpful for SDG implementations. And what we have tried here, we have identified all the 6G applications, and what will those applications, what are the major services the 6G will provide, and those services, the way it can be utilized for SDG implementations. For example, the high-speed 6G applications, the video streaming, virtual reality, augmented reality, these are all services will be very, very important for healthcare, telemetric, educations, remote operations, pedagogy, and virtual teachers. Specifically for community where you want to give educations, the schooling facilities, the infrastructures, the availability of the teachers, and many more facilities, it will be very, very difficult for any government to provide the huge support financially as well as physical resources. But 6G with very high-end augmented reality can teach those unprivileged students, specifically in Indian specific where literacy rate is 77%. And those technologies will be very, very useful. We are running our center in area where we feel that regularly to bring those social workers and to take care of those unprivileged children becoming very difficult. So technology and remote, some of the operations will be very useful to give them the educations. And also some of the facilities can be even given in their residence, because for those sections of the people, it is very difficult to come even to afford the transport cost to come to the center. So these are the few points I have highlighted in this way. The low latency communications, what are the service can be given and how it can address the SDG, IoT applications, holographic communications. It will be a massive applications. This meeting, tourism, education, entertainment, remote interactions, remote presence, child development, experiential learning, gaming. So that may change the education sector, healthcare sector, or any other AI/ML applications. And then haptic communications, virtual network, digital twin, edge computing, terahertz band is not bond, bond is band, and connectivity across diverse environment. So I'm skipping for the paucity of the time these details, but I have explained one aspect, that a very specific SDG-oriented plan is required to take the leverage of these 6G services. Then only we can have a very faster roll-up and attainment of the SDGs worldwide. Finally, I have given two examples. Of course, this is very common architectures, but I will highlight that if really these are applied in massive manner and giving a wide coverage, making global impact or continental impact or country-wise, you have sensing applications, 6G core network, and then in your access networks, you are getting all sensing informations regarding the community, regarding the animals, regarding the forest, or regarding traffic, or regarding anything. But thing is that for implementations, I propose this slicing of the network. And if you make the slicing and very dedicated end-to-end for this purpose, the SDG network, SDG 6G network, then we need to have some standardizations and dedicated protocols or process for these SDG services in the core network. Whether it is user plane or data plane in both, and then on the same 6G platform in this slice of SDG applications we can give in government level or any private or anything can be deployed in any region, 6G can be deployed. And for that I have hinted that if that is the case, if slice network is there, then in the core network we need to define some of the control signaling. They are very specific for the SDG services. So from the server, the request will go to the core network will again connect to the access network, get necessary very specific information SDG related, process is through AI and give the service back to the users. The user may be government, user may be anybody else who is really giving the SDG services in dedicated manner. So that's why instead of using the normal 6G and then getting the informations, the 6G itself can be deployed and reoriented, making a separate slice for SDG network. Other examples I have given, the normal architectures of the IoT, the similarly can be utilized for SDG applications. And there also same thing will happen. The SDG IoT center, the control functions will be there for control signaling, and then user data plane will be there. And if it is huge data and fast data acquisitions, if you want to give real-time services, and some of the protocol or control plane, we need to deploy a very dedicated SDG oriented. So make another slice. And I hint that says SDG application in the server, going to the core network, selecting the particular reader for particular services and giving very fast response, process through AI, give the plan or the data or informations back to the users. So this signaling can be made a very 6G core SDG IoT control functions that can be made. Finally, I conclude my short presentations that objective of SDG that identifies in these presentations, and we have tried to identify some of the key enablers, and these enablers of SDG are fundamental driving force to take the SDG in the fast moving track. And then purpose is that the SDG attainment and progress to be monitored, the incremental achievement constantly. Only any kind of very smart sensing network can help us. And if that network is again dedicated in a separate slice, and that will be fantastic. So that's why in a particular area or continent or global wise, in the global, how we are implementing and then what is the status, and this monitoring itself will give a lot of driving force to take further actions and reoriented, and that's why this effective plan will be there. And I would like to put one point is here that before this strong network and informations, where it was not available, say after independence in India, a lot of developmental projects have been done, lot of dams, lot of bridges. Now with the geoinformatics and then AI and other informations available in and around, we are now coming to the fact that those projects are actually wrong. In wrong place they have been given, because the positions would have been changed, then more effective service would have been derived. That's why, that is the way now things to be implemented, keeping in view of that what particular SDG we want to really improve upon, and have a very continuous monitoring to have incremental achievement of the SDG, and that is possible only when you have the network or data acquisition system like information acquisition like 6G. So plan, execute and monitor. Of course, IoT will be there every time and everywhere, connectivity, because some of the terrain areas, some of the even mines or some of the rivers, jungles, and in areas, most of the places we do not have any actually informations for effective plan. So one side is the remote, other side the information. So 6G can, with the IoT and some of the remote control, better implementations can be there and fast implementations. And present the sensing IoT based 6G network architecture we have presented, and some of the control functions we have hinted the way that if you make the sliced SDG 6G network, there is a task that we need to deploy a separate or modified control and user data plane, protocol stacks and other things. Thank you very much.
Sir, very highly effective presentation. Thanks a lot for this informative presentation, sir. Any query?
Yeah.
See, sir, you had highlighted the SDG enabler, right? So, are you talking about SDG enabler for each slices or like one enabler for like several slices?
SDG enablers is a separate no identifications of the action points for effective implementations of the SDG. For example, in the community, if you want to provide, you want to have the informations that what type of sanitations, what type of roads, or what type of homes, or what type of water facilities and all those things, you have the informations. So based on that, you make the action plan. Or you make the action plan because you have the informations, and then what type of SDG supports you can take to meet those action points.
Means one enabler may be applicable for several slices as well. So do you think like even if we go for higher generations, again the complexity is one of the advantages. Apart from the advantages, complexity may be the challenging task. So at par, like you're talking about again the enabler also. So more complexity. So do you think like it will help more, and how you see this one?
Say, enablers are nothing but it is the action points for the implementation. You have identified, say, in entire India, all the forests. You want to reserve the tiger. Okay? So now what do you want to do?
So it is a part of like AI only.
No,
so can you say?
That is not the part of AI. When you are defining the enablers, basically you are defining your enabling action points for implementation. Now when you want to implement that action point, 6G will come in picture, will help you. Either for implementation, providing the hardware, holographic communications or anything, or data you require to implement the informations you require.
Then what AI will do?
Yeah, yes. Then AI will help in that data processing and giving you the information, and then you make the enablers, action points.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful session. Since VC sir has to join for a board meeting, I would like to have in between certificate distribution ceremony. Meanwhile, Dr. Frank Wiley, he is going to join online for his presentation from Norway. So parallelly, we would have this certificate distribution so that sir can proceed for his meeting. I would request the presenters, Dr. Khara sir, as well as Dr. Paulo, you please come on the dais. Our requested session chairs, Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Mohammed. We have Ramji sir here. Sir, please come on the dais. We will have certificate distribution for the presenter who have already done. And I would request IT team to meanwhile let Dr. Franklin join the session. Okay, sir, please come on the dais for the paper presentation certificate distribution. Sanjay sir, please excuse us. We would present you the certificate because sir will proceed and then you can continue with your paper presentation. You also please come. Sir. Sir, that certificate distribution. Sir, please come on. We'll have that. Bhuvnesh sir, please join sir. सर जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट कर दिया
Hi, Oliver.
आइए मैम, इधर आइए सर, इधर.
मेरा काम किया
Well, we have 2 more papers to present in this track. So we will continue, and I'll request everyone to stay back. Yes, we will have firstly an online session to be presented by Dr. Frankly. He is joining from Norway. And then followed by a session from Dr. Sanchit Kumar, who has come all the way from BIT Mishra. So I request everyone who is sitting here to just take up for to wait for 2 more sessions here, please. Yes. What happened?
Is it visible? Yeah, this is wise. Fine. Yes. जैसा बोलिए आप, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है ऐसे। अरे अरे नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आप उनको कनेक्ट कर लिए, then it's fine, fine. No issue, no issue, no issue, no issue. अरे नहीं नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. Mine is also very.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, Franklin. Franklin?
Yes, yes, me.
Please start your presentation.
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start your presentation.
Okay.
If possible, you can open your video.
The video file was too large, so I just share screen with you.
Okay.
So I can present.
Okay.
Can you see my
Yes, visible.
screen?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Yeah, okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Yes, visible.
Okay. The voice volume is fine.
Yeah, your voice is fine.
Okay. Okay, then I will just give a short presentation. First of all, sorry that I couldn't come. I really want to come to meet you in person, but for some reason I couldn't come. Then from technical part, I would say first of all, thanks to my co-authors. The first two co-authors, as first authors, were students who have graduated. And then the other supervisor, internal and external, especially external supervisor from Telenor Maritime, which is a company located quite close to our campus. So the topic for this work is LoRaWAN, sort of specific type of IoT. So what I plan to present is a very brief introduction on background and motivation and the need bit design overview and the implementation overview as well. And
Recording in progress.
Okay, then I'll just continue.
Yes.
Then
Yes, yes, please continue.
yeah. So we talk about IoT, the Internet of Things. The previous one, the presentation I heard just a few minutes ago, mentioned also briefly about IoT. In this context, what we are presenting is like you have this sort of, you can call global picture on how we can connect different IoT devices to the Internet. Then you have two categories. One is called cylinder-based. Then you could have, for example, LTE, 5G, but they are not dedicated to IoT applications. Then we talk about IoT applications. Then we have still these two categories. One is LTE machine learning, for machine type communication. And another one is narrowband IoT. Then in that case, we need to have license. And then in a larger field, then we have other different technologies, including LoRaWAN, Sigfox, and Bluetooth, Zigbee, etc. They belong to this ISM band or non-licensed band to connect IoT devices. And among them, LoRaWAN is the most popular one, non-cellular application, non-cellular connectivity. And then the brief idea for LoRaWAN is we use chirp spread spectrum, this type of technology, so that you can transmit the signal at very long distance. In Europe, which I'm located in, we use 868 megahertz, and then in the US, they are using 915 megahertz, and the bandwidth is 125 or 250. You could say configure to different two bandwidth values of bandwidth, and for downlink we use just one, that is 125 kilohertz, and this device are sort of very sensitive, then we can reach much longer distance compared with other, for example, Wi-Fi or Zigbee. For outdoor, we are able to reach 15 kilohertz, meters, and for indoor, you could reach also quite a few hundred kilometers with commercial product. And then we need to follow this duty cycling, this type of transmission. That's basically the rule. So that's like a little bit background about LoRaWAN technology. But what sort of motivates our work for this paper is about implementation of LoRaWAN. LoRaWAN, it was developed initially by one French company, and that company was bought by Semtech, which is located in California. So they have sort of patent protected the technology. So you can buy and use their products, but it's not open source. So the idea or the motivation for this work is we continue this work, but we try to follow open source, this type of implementation. But we don't do from scratch. Then we use a larger set of codes. You can also call platform developed by other people. Then we developed a system which contains all aspects from this LoRaWAN physical layer part until network part, until server and application interface, etc. So this is like the motivation part. Now I show you the overview of our work. So in general, we have these LoRaWAN devices. In this photo, we show like 3 devices. Of course, you could have multiple. And then those devices are transmitting uplink towards this gateway. And from this gateway, then we are able to connect to this bridge. And then further, this information will be connected to a network server and then application server. Then from the application server, we have this database. We just transmit this received packets into database, and then in the end, we have this user interface to illustrate whatever which has been received. So this is like overview, and then the next page shows a little bit sort of construction of our implementation. Then we have this end devices which are based on commercial product from ASTM, this company. So we are using this product, commercial product. We don't do anything extra on end devices, but we do a lot. We are using software-defined radio, this Blade RF 2.0, this category, and then we did lots of software implementation and hardware as well. And then for this network management, as this platform, we're using Chirp Stack as a platform. And from here, we develop like network server and application server inside or based on Chirp Stack. And for database, we're using this Influx database. And then for user interface, we're using a larger tool, which is called Node-RED. And then this operating system is Linux-based. So that's like a basic composition of our system, of our implementation. And then this slide shows real sort of implemented network, how it looks like. We mentioned about this SDR software-defined radio, which functions as a gateway. So that's like this hardware-based, this gateway. And we have in this photo showing 2 devices. This one connected to another PC, and there is another one connected to another PC, which is back this photo. And then we have this main PC, which contains actually 3 virtual machines supporting or functioning as a gateway, functioning as the network server, and as well as application server. So it's like the whole network looks like this in reality. In real life, looks like this with PC, gateway, plus multiple devices and devices. And then the next slide shows a little bit how we did this programming for uplink and downlink. For uplink, basically, you need to request that your devices are connected into the network. Once it is authenticated, accepted, you get connected, and you can transmit packets according to what is specified by LoRaWAN standard. And then we use Chirp Stack. Then we have integrated this HTTPS protocol and this MQTT, this protocol to transmit and receive data packets. And this is database I mentioned a few minutes ago. So that's like implementation, a little bit detail, but not that much. But of course, we have a little more detail inside this paper. And then this slide shows what we have implemented from user interface point of view. So once we have this implementation once it's done, and then we can go to this HTTP, and then we go to that website. Okay, actually, one of these two devices, you saw these two devices just now, and then one of these devices is reporting, for example, temperature at this moment is like, for example, 20 whatever degrees, and then we have this battery lifetime, for example, at how much percent battery is left, and then we have this illustrative graph illustrative showing, for example, this temperature is changing over time, and this battery residual battery level, for example, is up and down at a certain level. So this is like a user interface, what we have based on what we have implemented. And then another slide shows this joint and accept, and then data transmission procedure over time. Then with this x-axis, we have different channels. We have in total 3 channels according to the standards, what we are using in Europe. And we have this, for example, at this moment, one of these devices is transmitting, asking for admission. And then the system says, okay, you are admitted, then we transmit. So this y-axis is actually what happens over time. So it shows we have 2 devices, and then they are asking for admission. Once they are admitted, then we transmit and receive. So that's this waterfall, this type of diagram showing the progress of this implemented system on transmitting and receiving. And then towards the end, almost, I just show you what we have done here on campus. Then actually, I'm currently sitting inside this building. Then we have done a little bit more experiments, but due to this page limit, we didn't include that much. So we just included 2 sets of experiments. One is called indoor, and this corner, you see this one, actually we have 1 lab. So our students, the first authors, they just put this gateway inside this lab on the table. So this height is actually like 1 meter. I mean, this antenna height is pretty low. And they went to another part of this building and to test what's this transmission range, etc. And this antenna is very high, is very low, and we don't have any sort of amplifier to increase the transmit power. We just want to say the function is working, and we managed to measure this distance, but it's not over 100 meters inside this building. This is indoor environment. Even though from this photo, what is showing is looks like outdoor, we're just using this Google Maps to illustrate what we did. So this is for indoor environment. We achieved actually just less than 100 meters inside this building. And for outdoor, what we did is this antenna gateway is still placed inside the same lab, but one of these students went to this parking lot outside the campus. And then, of course, that guy can also go a little bit, farther away from the lab. But again, this transmit power is low, so we didn't reach, for example, over 200 meters. But for sure, longer than this indoor distance. But distance or coverage is not the main focus of this work. The main focus is we developed a system which contains end-to-end. That means from device to gateway and to network server to application server to database and to user interface. So we have the whole system implemented. And then my last slide is just a little bit summary about what we have done. Inside this actually thesis work, then we focused on this open source based implementation, and we used another platform which was implemented by someone from another university, and then we use that as our sort of starting point. Then we developed this end-to-end system, and this system has been tested, and it worked with commercial LoRaWAN devices. And towards the end, we actually have this open, this link. I showed this link, and also inside this paper, we have this our own implemented codes available for free access. So actually, currently, I have a larger group of students who are working on this. I wrote here as future work. That means we use a different category of software different radio. We try to test a little bit larger scale instead of like what you saw just now, 2 devices. and then we try to implement a little bit more for better user interface, etc. So that's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention. And sorry again, I cannot join you in person. Thank you. That's it.
Very good presentation, Franklin.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
All right, very good presentation. So, my question to you.
You can see me now. I'm sitting in my office.
Awesome, awesome. So my question to you is, how do you see this proposed work to scale into something like a V2X kind of environment?
V2X, then you need to have support of mobility. That's possible. What we tested here is actually sort of static network. And this device we just put outside the campus, or inside the campus, indoor and outdoor. But if you have this mobility, then I had actually a larger group of students who tested, but it's not based on open source interface. That's commercial product, commercial gateway. Then we tested. One of these students was staying on campus. Another guy drove in a car, but it's not a continuous mobility. And that guy who was driving just stopped maybe every 100 meters. Then that is what we have tested a few months ago, but not included in this paper.
I see, I see. Because whenever I hear about LoRa or anything like that, I always go to think like the scalability solution in V2X environment. And this technology has a lot of promise, you know, to incorporate into LoRa, especially like maybe you mentioned about an area like university, which is somewhat control environment. So you can think about mobility within that control environment, not maybe like in a city or urban or suburban areas, you know. So I always feel that this LoRaWAN has a lot of potential in that. But a very good presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Then hope one day I can visit your university, but not today.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone having question for you? No? Okay. Thank you, Franklin. We will send you a participation presentation certificate online to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can log off now.
Okay. Okay, then bye-bye.
Bye.
It's fine, fine. हाँ, नहीं भी present करेंगे तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
So you are the lucky one.
Okay.
We all.
No.
Okay.
So is it visible now?
Has come all the way from BIT Mishra for this presentation.
Dr. Sanjit, right?
This mouse is not working. क्या हो गया? इसका माउस नहीं काम कर रहा है क्या? So good evening, everyone, and good evening, delegates. See, apart from me, like Sanjit Kumar, other authors are Janam Nahar, Anvi Priya, Sanjay Kumar sir, Ramji Prasad sir. So topic of this presentation is enhancing drone efficiency with 5G enabled cloud-based processing for real-time image analysis. Major feature is that generally, as we go for higher and higher generations, what we are looking for, apart from the cloud processing, we are shifting toward the edge computing. Our main motto here is that as we will go for advancements, what will happen, there are so many applications there, we cannot utilize those applications with one single drone. Several drones will be there. And if each and drones, and normally if we talk about the edge computings or fog computings, so those computational burden will be at the drone side somehow, right? So what we are looking for, instead of onboard processings, most of the processing directly goes to the cloud. And that's like whole analysis is done, right, on that. So that's why the several applications now we know, like most of the applications, because the critical points happening, like drone is giving us the remote access, like remotely whichever area is not able to access or surveillance part. So those area we can give the surveillance, and apart from not surveillance, other applications we can utilize for that.
Yes.
So major challenge is that the energy consumptions, like energy consumption, if we provide certain services, and if battery backup of those drones are less, in that case, we cannot provide even the surveillance or services also. Our target is to that how efficiently we can handle either one drone or multiple drones, like in such a manner that it can increase the overall lifetime of the surveillance, lifetime of the network, right? Lifetime of these individual node as well as the network also. So in that regard, what we are looking for, that most of the complex operations, generally what we do on board or like at the drone level, that need to be transferred to the cloud. And since question may be arise that why, because we are evolving toward the edge computing, so that unnecessary delay cannot be taken care. But that part, if we merge with the 5G or higher generation standards, so those things, the higher speed can be also given, or the latency issues can be taken care there. So if we can taken care by the 5th generation and 6th generation standards, so directly why not we can transmit the data to the cloud itself, do the most of the processings, and basic operations can be done at the onboard level. So that is our whole purpose. And so what we had assigned, like their roles, like in terms of role, data handling, processing task, and software tools at the drone level, at the cloud level, and again the another drone level. So that we are not talking in terms of only one single drone. There may be a multiple drones that may work as a server or a client also, another clients. So like in a gathered manner, like this can help us. Or in this whole process, what we had utilized, that YOLO model, object detection YOLO model, what we had focused in. And so this YOLO model is like predefined, like pre-trained model is like with another data set, COCO data sets. But whenever we go for drone surveillance through drone, in that case, what is happening, that one of the challenges is that the objects are very, very small, especially if you are going for human detections or crowd detections, like anomalous crowd detections. So it is very difficult to identify that such crowd, what is the crowd behavior in that times. So there, these features may help us that most of the processing part, like if we are doing at the cloud level, so we can do the higher computational work at the cloud level, even is having the certain limitations, So that way we had divided these roles, system roles, data handlings, and that is reflected in this flow diagram, that we had utilized the Raspberry Pi 5 model, Raspberry Pi 5 based systems, and we had captured the data. It is not visible, but what it is taking, it is capturing the data. We are at a certain interval, some certain time gaps, as a simple defining as a simple as a prototype. Those data it is capturing and doing certain compression, basic pre-processing at the drone level. So that much work we expect that can be done at the drone level itself. So then what we are doing, we are sending those data to directly clouds and then giving the acknowledgement to another clients, because client means one drone can communicate with another drone. And in between what we are doing, we are exchanging those information directly to the another cloud. Instead of sending to the cloud, we are exchanging so that certain informations we had transmitted, and that information may be critical, so now you can look for that. So they need not to wait for certain long duration or keep searching the cloud all the times. So based on the acknowledgement, they can be triggered. So that we had tried to highlight here. Broad way, like one Raspberry Pi 5 systems, it is collecting the data. We are sending to the cloud as well as sending to the server. Server is here similar as your another drone may be considered. What we had analyzed, three things. One of the advantage what we are finding that if we are doing whole processing at the drone level or even at the edge level, if you do the certain processing at edge level, ultimately it is doing on the onboard. Not all the drones, but certain drones we are doing. What we had analyzed in terms of voltage, current, and power consumptions, there is small experimentation we did, and what we found that whatever voltage requirement at the onboard level 11 volts, so if we compare with respect to that, with the help, similar performance we are getting with the 5 volt itself. Similarly, in terms of current, and then power terms, 77 watts, it's still large watt power, but we had just tried to compute like 77 watt, and this is 18.5 watts. Comparatively, we are getting almost 1/4 of the power consumptions. And this model, and we had taken this with the help of drones and collected not only the human presence, any other objects, and those objects are generally can help us to identify that where human presence are there. So based on their vehicles, sometimes that small objects not be identified, but those subsidiary other objects can help us that there may be the presence of human beings. That may be critical for certain area. We had analyzed 3 parameters we had considered, precision, in fact 4 parameters, precision, recall, F1 score, and mean average precisions we had considered. What we had find that average precision, when the precision is increases, definitely precision, if precision is low, then generally what happens there, that many false positive, like that number may increase. So automatically what will happen, it will incorrect decision. Somehow we are going for incorrect decisions. Those correct decisions can be increased with the help of if you are increasing the precision. Similarly, recall means somehow we don't want to miss the relevant object. Anything, whichever target is of relevance, that should not be missed. So that's why we had calculated precision as well as recall and then combined them in terms of F score also, F1 score also. So that help us to identify and compare with the 3 model, YOLO 8 model, 8L model, and single shot detections and faster regional convolutional neural networks. And what we found that still, like there are so many advantages for faster regional convolutional neural network, but still we found in our case, YOLO 8 is trained model, customized trained model is giving us better results. So that we are showing in terms of this confusion matrix. Almost it looks very similar, but definitely like in terms of performance, the YOLO 8 model is giving the better result in terms of smaller detections, small object detections with respect to that SSD or like, although it is very similar to the faster regional convolutional neural network cases. See, so overall what we find that the battery life has improved by 30%. We had compared all the cases and then 30% increase we had observed in our cases, and the system like ensures the consistent performance across the varying network conditions, and since the mobility of the drones are very high, so obviously the channel condition is going to be changed very significantly. So ultra reliability is the major issues in the case of high speed vehicles, especially for the drone cases. That makes and the 5G and higher standards can help us to sort out those issues in a better way. Flexibility like that can give us the better performance in these situations. These are the few references what we had referred. Thank you everyone. If you have any questions then.
Thank you. Very good presentation and very good implementation as well. And YOLO model is actually nowadays it's very applicable in feature extraction of any kind of movement in the distance between 2 bodies. So your application is very good, but still some developments are already.
There, right. Yeah, there. But what we had analyzed, we had just highlighted how the energy consumptions can be like taken care in a better way. There are models, like they are giving the better results, better detections in terms, but we had tried only highlighted that if we are skipping the intermediate edge computing or onboard processing, so how much advantage? So this may be considered a small prototype, right, that may lead to the because we are talking in a reverse manner, right?
Yes.
Now people are going cloud to edge fog computing. I'm telling so still for the drone applications, if the multiple drones are moving at one place, so in that case, instead of sending to the edge may be the immediate cloud, the drone itself, that may again reduce the power consumption. They means losses of power. So why not we can directly send to the cloud as earlier cases.
Yes, good, thank you.
Thanks.
I feel like your presentation, for me at least, probably one of the best presentation for the day.
Thank you.
So it kept me awake this late in the day. So very nice. The only thing that I have to say is, like, have you explored other type of applications like road infrastructure kind of a thing? Because drone, when you're flying them, a lot of the time, say your city or any city is hit by some kind of a natural calamities, right?
Right.
And then what happens in that case is you send a survey people to survey the area, survey this. This kind of approach that you are proposing, it could be very helpful to look at the infrastructure.
Correct.
You know, capturing images and classifying them images in such a way to identify what is needed, how it is needed, and things like that. So I think that could be something else with this kind of, right? You can extend, because my area is ITS, Intelligent Transportation System. So in many stretches of the roads where the road is deteriorating in terms of infrastructure, we are proposing an idea where drones can be flying and look at the road, and that can be done to the local transportation department. And then they can look at and classify how bad or severe or what needs to be done, rather than going traditional surveying and things like that.
So many works are already there. Remote sensing departments are already has done so much infrastructure assessment and infrastructure planning, city plannings based on these drone data only. So they had somehow they assume that their drones are comparatively higher power and critical aspects are coming less. So we had tried that if they have lower energy, and instead of one drone, multiple drones are there.
So there's a term they use now,
more
Internet of Drones. The term in that literature you will find, it is called Internet of Drones.
Internet of Drones, right.
They have these things. No, that's very good. Because remote area is the key in this. You know, when you talk about drones and Internet of Drones and all those kind of things.
Most significant.
Most significant. Remote area is where the issue is. And with this proposed approach, we can solve a lot of the problem which is very unique to a remote area, you know.
Right.
Very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Only I would like to thank you once again, Dr. Sanchit. You have been really very supportive. We have been requesting you for the delays and you have fully supported it. Thank you so much for being here. It was pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Anand.
यस मैम मैं भी कर दूँगा। हाँ भी कर दूँ। चलो आप मैंने सच बोलूँ कैसे आए यहाँ से कैसे जाओगे? मैं कब से चला जाऊँगा। अरे तो वही गाड़ी नहीं करिए ना रात्रि वाली चलो साथ में। ठीक है। अपनी तो हम लोग वाइंड अप कर सकते हैं, आप लोग ये संभाल लीजिएगा। हाँ आईटी का संभाल लीजिए, माइक वगैरह। हाँ हो गया। ये माइक ले लो और लेज़र पॉइंटर वगैरह दे दीजिए।
ये लैपटॉप ले आऊँ